Live? Is this thing live? Are we live? I think we're live. What's up, everybody? Welcome. Welcome to the stream. I'm Slicer Shanks, and I'm going to be your captain for today. Bear with me while I'm getting everything set up. There we go. That's what I wanted. We'll put you right there so I can see what's going on. As you can see, we're starting off with a very cold and dark airplane. My frame rate's about 30 frames a second. Yeah, that's starting at LAX for you. I'm currently slightly a little crippled. Uh, Fractured a little bit of my shoulder doing a activity, so I'm not quite as able as I used to be, but I figured we could do a simple flight, I think, in the 737, which is mostly automated, so I won't have to do much with the throttle because this thing has auto throttles. Let's connect the GPU. Let's turn the battery on. And ground power is on. I'm gonna start aligning the IRS. I need this window to go away. I don't know what's... I don't know what's causing it to do that. There we go. Okay. That's taken care of. So now we're gonna go... That's my Discord. That's open to everybody. See, I had it open. Where is it? Bum, 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 bum. So our block... The block that we're going to be getting from LAX is 33,000 pounds of fuel from LAX. For the weight and distribution, yeah, it gives us the same 33.3 max, possible extra 12. So here's what we're going to do. In case there's a headwind and in case there's the emergency of, I don't know what's going to happen. See, is the fuel option in here or is that fuel weight and balance? Here we go. So we're gonna have to put in, and let's see on my iPad over here. So let's do this. So if it's like 33.3, my max can possibly be, so let's do 40. Let's do around 40. I think 33 does account for reserves. It should give me reserves. And then my payload is 29.4. Yeah, that works out. What does that do for, yeah, so those are my numbers, and that makes the zero fuel weight is not 121, but 124.4. Let's get rid of this thing right here. And let's go to the FMC. Position initialization. Look at the GPS. We're going to put you in here. Reference airport. LAX. Cool. Route. So we got KLAX, KIAD. It's gonna be nighttime by the time we get over there for sure, but that's part of the magic of flying, right? Departures out of KLAX is gonna be dots 2 off of 25 right. Right. Let's go back to the routing. New arrival. We've got, let's see, it should tell me the arrival. Docks 3. We're gonna select the approach as we get closer. So that's something that we'll have to remind myself and keep in mind as we're plodding along. Let's go into the route. Of course, there's a big discontinuity, so we're gonna go into the route. Dots declee. Then we have Papa, Kilo, Echo. Actually, before I put anything in, let's give this route over to XPilot. I know there's no flight plan. Shut up. I'll get there. KLAX to K India Alpha Delta with an alternate at KDCA, let's say. Departure time, Zulu right now is currently, let's say, 21:30. I'm not going to make it, but we get a little bit of a window. Flight time en route, 6 hours. Let's do it. So let's do 6 hours. We have 8 hours of fuel. Cruise speed, yeah, 380. Cruise altitude is going to be, yeah, that's going to be the, so it's going to be KLAX dots 2. Okay, so to the CLE transition, to PKE, to INW, to E-span, to label, to Kilo Kilo, and I've never seen this before, Kilo Kilo 48 Golf, to Impel, to whatever this one's called, to Docks 3, to KIAD, and then I'm going to be given the approach, and no remarks for this one. Make sure we're gonna, so what I'm gonna do then after this is I'm gonna send the iPad, I'm gonna send the flight on the iPad to flights. We're gonna get a brief. We're gonna brief this together, and you're gonna get a little bit into the how I like to do briefings here. Just make sure that everything checks out. Let's file the flight plan. So it's gonna come back to us, I think, if someone modify. I don't think someone's gonna modify it, but they should give us at least those two right there, right? And sure, let's save it, you know. No one's online, huh? That's a shame. Alright, well, No one's online, so we'll just self-announce pretty much. So we'll make sure we ring up 122.8 and just self-announce our departure. But for now, we're gonna... Oh, fuck. PKE. So direct PKE, direct INW, direct E-span. Direct LBL. Kilo Kilo 48 Golf. I have no idea what that point is, but I'm very interested to figure out what it is. Impel. And from Impel HVQ. Let's just let's see. I think it's plan, right? Let's just check and make sure that this flight plan makes sense. So I think if we go to legs, we can say step, 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 step. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Cool beans. Well, let's leave it in plan. Let's go back to the CDU. We're going to go to initialization. So now we're going to reference... Oh, gosh. Have I not set up... That's weird. Thought I set up the thing. So we're going to put in 0 fuel weight, which is 124.4... 124.4, yeah. 124... Yeah, we're going to go flight level 370. Our reserves are... I should actually reference the documents. Takeoff fuel. Minimum takeoff fuel. Fine res is 2 point, so 2.9 for reserves. Cost index is up here. Here we go. Cost index CI on the right is 10. I have fuel. Do not bullshit me. I have fuel. I put extra fuel in. Actually, I think what may have happened is I have the numbers here, but I haven't called. There we go. Yeah, it's getting fueled up right there. So we're at 21. Yeah. Say again. I'll have the other one, yeah. Okay, thank you. Let's check if there are any other systems we can turn on at the moment. I don't think. Turn on that panel brightness, make the plane look cool. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, we can move stuff around. There we go. I wonder if maybe there's someone on, let's see, 1217, that's ground. That is a ground frequency. Let's go to 1228. It's Unicom. LE traffic radio check.
5 by 5.
Thank you. Awesome. So radios are working. Hopefully they don't cut out this time, as they did last time. That was a lot of fun. They're still putting fuel in the airplane. That's a new functionality they I think updated in the last patch to the Zebo 737, because you used to just get it immediately, but now we have to wait. Um, so we'll have to wait then. Yeah, we have to wait for the fueling to finish. Yeah, we have to wait for the fueling to finish in order to do the performance calculations. Mother effer. Let's arm the emergency lights and the fasten seatbelt lights.
LA traffic channel 1125 heavy 5 miles to the north of the field, joining it right downwind for the visual runway 25 left.
Ah, we got a bot. Got a bot in the chat. We say no to bots. Everybody say no to this bot. I wonder how much waiting the pilots usually do. Cause gosh dang, they're still giving us fuel. I asked for how much? 40,000? I take it back. Just give me a. So yeah, that number should be updating, and it is. And I really can't do nothing. Because, yeah, the computers have to adjust for the weight of the fuel. That's so weird. I've had times where, like, we were working on the flight line, and the fuel truck would, like, show up right as passengers are boarding. And it takes, like, heck, like 15 minutes.
LA traffic channel 1125 heavy over danger.
So he's going to be landing, like, over here somewhere. Let's see if the sim picks him up. I think he's going to be over there. Let's see. I think is it Shift F4? Yeah, he's off in the distance somewhere over there. No, I do not want that, please. Man, they've got the dude with the ladder and everything. Yeah, he has to come out with the ladder because you can't reach the fuel port on the left wing. Maximum realism, guys. Maximum realism. We are 5,000 pounds away from the amount of fuel that we actually we could go. We could go on this. We normally could, but I'm gonna be stingy and wait until I have all the fuel that I want. It's gonna make me heavier. It's gonna make my takeoff roll um, longer. But we're at LAX and we're going to Dulles, so not too worried about real estate for runways at either airport. So we should be good, I think. They both have incredibly long runways. He hasn't announced himself on final. Microsoft Flight Sim, you can actually get that's the routing. This is the loading. Oh, there's a place where if I took the ATIS from here, 37,000. They're just working on that center tank. Gosh damn it, why did I take this much fuel? Oh, for safety, but I'm being a safe pilot, right? I'm being a safe pilot, right?
LA traffic, giant 1125 heavy, 4 miles, correction, 6 miles final, 25 left.
I have to start burning some of this off, honestly. Almost there. Man, our takeoff weight, the CG is gonna be mean, man. Am I... Here we go, we're topped off. Cool. Um, is there a way... Page... It's... It's rear loaded, but we're within limits. Yeah. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is does the EGT actually does the EPU actually run off of, can I run it off the center pumps? Let's find out. Turn on the EPU. There's a little door that opens in the back and you can hear it. Okay, so we don't have 40,000 for today. Let's set that to 3,700. And we'll set that altitude once we get over... Okay, let's finish everything that we got to do then on here. We'll let the APU spool up. N1 limits. Let's not derate it. We need power for takeoff and the climb. So with that, takeoff. What happens if I do flaps 15, 141, 143, 150? Wow, 150 for V2. Our CG for takeoff.
Traffic, Giant 1125 out of jam and clear, take 5 left, 10 up to the gate, we'll see it.
Oh yeah, it's running. Okay. So takeoff weight 23.2. 4.5 on the trim. Oh, it's very nearly there already, so yeah, we're pretty heavy. I made us pretty heavy for takeoff, so let's go back. First off, I think AP is probably running well good by this point. Let's ask him to disconnect ground power. Fuel. Make sure the doors are closed. Check, and yeah, our doors are closed. Ground power. Let's go here. What we're gonna do is estimated time of departure at 3. Send it to flights. Let's get a brief. And I'm gonna get ATIS in the... So there's a TFR close to the route. There's a TFR close in... Oh, that's the DC area TFRs. We have permission to go in because we are the TFR over Dodger Stadium, TFR over Disneyland. There's the TFR over DC. The further TFR over DC, that's the national airspace. Closed, unsafe. So one of the runways is closed. That's okay. We just won't use convective segment. We're going to be passing through an area of convective weather. Hopefully, by the time that we're up and out, that all of that nonsense should be abated. I think by that time. Convective sig. Let's go back. It's one near Indiana, West Virginia. These are all inactive at the passing times. Hopefully we can make good time over there. I think the winds are going to be IFR. So IFR weather into DC. So we'll have our chops active near passing time. Mountain obscuration, of course. We're going to have the Appalachians that are going to be obscured. Icing near DC, but hopefully we're not going to be that high up in altitude by the time we get there. Turbulence low on the departure end. Turbulence high near Indiana. CWA. Surface analysis, yeah, there's a lot of activity going on on the East Coast right now. That's pretty typical for this time of season. It's all IFR over there. Let's destination. So 9 gusting 17. 050 9 knots gusting 17. That's why overcast at 8. 2982 remarks AO2. Okay. So it's the weather's not great, but ILS will get us at 300 feet. I know that we can clear. What's the visibility again? 10 statute miles? So perfect visibility. It's probably icing. No, moderate turbulence. Lots of pyros, yeah. When you have this long of a flight, there's a lot of stuff that you can go through. There's a lot of cloud coverage over there. So it's not going to be as nice getting into their TAFs wind chart. Headwind pretty much the entire way. Shame. And freezing temperatures, of course, at our altitude. Departure NOTAMs, destination NOTAMs. We've briefed the NOTAMs. Let's go. Let's bring up the airport diagram plate. Let's get all the information that we need. Sideways, thank you very much. I can't really do much. This is this sucks. But we can at least get 1338. We're gonna go into here. X pilot.
Los Angeles INTL information X-ray.
220 at 10, visibility warrant 10, temperature 22, deploying 11,
Wind
290,
220
905.
at 10, visibility more than 10. Sky clear, temperature 22, dew point 11. Altimeter 2995. Arriving runways 24 right, 25 left, departing runways 24 left, 25 right.
25 right.
Advise on initial contact you have X-ray.
That's information X-ray. Cool. Okay, so let's V1 rotate V2. Let's put in the V2 speed. Right there. Let's set runway heading. Approximate runway heading. Let's also bring up the plate for this particular departure. Takeoff minimums. Minimum climb of 500 feet per nautical mile to 640 feet. Oh. DMRU GPS required. Radar required. RNAV 1. Turbojet aircraft only. So 251. It's giving me the magnetic heading right there. We're going to set autopilot altitude. Usually it's what you're cleared to, but because there's no controller here to clear us for anything, we're just going to go. We're going to go ham. Now let's get you out of plan. Let's better pushback. Let's pre-plan this. Pre-plan this thing. Usually we can do it with just a click of the Z
Ground to
button.
cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
Anytime.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Make sure parking brake is set. I would appreciate it if you would set yourself. Fetch. We've got problems. We've got problems. I do have a button for this. Left toga, right toga. Is it on the other one? Servers. Hang on, where did I do nothing? What does 6 do? 19? Okay, you are now my new, uh... Why are you not working? Hold up. There we go. So you need hydraulics working in order for that to work. Okay.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Let's just check the outside of the aircraft, make sure nothing is left connected. GPU is disconnected, fuel truck isn't there. We're good to go. Let's close the cockpit door.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
LA traffic, Alaska 552 pushing back from the gates. So mean. Okay. Give them the signal to push back. Let's get this adventure started.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
We'll wait till we're clear of things that are going to be in the way. Oh, Wing Walker's doing a poor job of telling people to stop. There we go. We're going to start 2 first. Watch N2 for 25%, at which point we'll introduce fuel. Four, 5, there we go. Cool, it's working. Alright. I gotta get out of my sling for this next one. Ugh. Let's give myself a code.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay. Starting 1. Forgot to tell everyone that I would be starting my engines. 11%. Okay.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
Cool, now that we're getting power from both engines, I can now turn everything on. Turn the yaw damper on. We'll do a final check. Make sure there's no orange. No orange lights. Let's turn on all the fuel pumps. Level lights on. Turn the wing lights on.
Okay, the cabin is secured. Have a good flight.
Okay. So I have to go into, I think it's hardware. Yeah, give me yaw for the nose wheel. Okay. Let's bring up, what I'm supposed to do is bring up a map. Show the official plates. For the airport, we're kind of in the center over there, so we're going to take Charlie to Bravo 1. It's going to be our taxi. LAX traffic, Alaska 552, taxiing to active runway 25 right, LA traffic. Let's set the flaps to 15. Let's introduce some power. Not kill the brakes. And we moving. We are moving. So we determine we're going to use Charlie and then turn onto Bravo. This is the turn of Charlie. We'll take Charlie all the way down. This is a heavy plane. I've been doing short flights with the same plane. This will be a completely different character than what I'm used to. It's going to take longer to get up to speed. It's going to take longer to do all those same things. We're going to close this now, and as we get to where we're going to be, let's bring up the plate for the departure. Taking off runway 25 right, climb heading 251, 640 feet, then climb direct across Docker at or below 3,000. Then on track 220, these people stop throwing their baggage carts in front of me. Well, I am taxiing pretty quick. Cross Weiler at or below 5,000 feet, then on depicted route to cross. Let's just check. Okay. That's what I wanted to know. And it's in the, it's already programmed in there as well, so that's what's so great about these. I love the automation in these airplanes. Ah, new. Everybody stop. It's like a highway over here. My gosh. Oh, is that a triple? I think that's a 777. Yeah, it has to be a 777. Or it might be a 7.6. I think it's a 7.6, I want to say. But that's where they don't. I don't think they have cargo planes over here on this end. They have them. The heavies they have over there. Okay, so now we have to take one of these. We'll have to take Foxtrot then. Map has changed thing, because this isn't normally the place where this happens. Yeah, all the heavies are over there. So this is, no, that's Foxtrot. This I think is Bravo, I want to say. Let's see. Yeah, this is Bravo, which leads me to, okay, let's brief. Let's get everything brief really quick. Flight directors on. We'll mess with the course later. Auto throttle on. VNav and LNav set. At 400 feet, we're gonna press Command A. And then onwards and upwards from there. Quite literally, I might add. So, it's gonna be a standard departure off of runway 25 right via the DOTS 2 departure. We're clearing ourselves at the moment, pretty much up to 3,700 feet, flight level 370. We expect to reach it, I think, right after the end of the SID and the continuation of the route. Should we encounter any emergencies along the route, I think the turnaround point is going to be LAX, with other options, of course, in Long Beach as well. At this point, I think passing dots, Holtz and dots is going to be kind of where we make that decision of whether we divert to Long Beach or whether we stay at LAX to try and initiate the emergency approach. But that's going to be the plan if anything were to fail on the takeoff roll before V1, where of course we're going to deploy full flaps for the RTO. And that is it. That's going to be the DOTS 2 departure. Everything is set. Everything is ready to go. Let's go. LAX traffic, Alaska 552, departing runway 25 right via the DOTS 2 departure, LAX traffic. Let's get it. Let's light ourselves up. Christmas tree status. JPU is off. All doors off. We're ready to go. Let's go.
Approaching runway 25 right.
Thank you, Betty.
Entered runway 25 right.
Thank you, Betty. We get it. All the throttles armed. Everything is good. Good, 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 good. Use up all the available runway. Line ourselves up. Brake hold. 40% RPM. 70%. That's it, Toga. That was weird. Airspeed's alive.
80 knots.
LX traffic, Alaska 552 rejected takeoff. Well, that was surprising. I wasn't sure what I was gonna do in that situation. I pressed the wrong thing for the spoilers. That's great. Alex traffic, Alaska 552, taxiing back to runway 25 right via taxiway Bravo. Alex traffic. So that was weird. Why you do that, engines? Go to N1 limit. Let's derate you to takeoff speeds deleted. Awesome. Because, yeah, they're modified after that. $149. Doing the walk of shame back to where I was originally gonna be. Why was the throttle doing that? That was so weird. Huh. Why is it doing that? It still thinks it's in toga mode. So we'll have to be careful because it's gonna want to take off again. Next time I turn that on. Trying to think what could possibly, is there like a axis? Is there like a throttle axis that I'm like,
On LA traffic, you got a CRJ about 10 miles
I
to
see him.
the east and on the line close to 25 right.
So now there's traffic behind me, so I gotta. And that doesn't disengage the auto throttle? LAX traffic, Alaska 552, departing runway 25 right, dots departure, LAX traffic.
On LAX traffic, you got a CRJ 7 miles on 25 right on ILS. LAX traffic.
So I have
Approaching
15,
runway
please.
25 right.
Yes, thank you.
Entered runway 25 right. 12,800 feet remaining.
Okay, let's see what you do. I'm curious. There you go, that's toga power. Toga, toga, toga. Let's keep my hand off the throttle just for a second. I wonder if it's... There's a cross one. Positive rate, gear up. Woo! Don't let that nose drop. Four hundred feet. Let's go. Turn that autopilot on. Alright, so far so good. LX traffic, Alaska 552, clear of runway 25 right, dots to departure, LX traffic. Okay. We should be alright, alright, alright. For now. I'm keeping my eye on you though, mister. The engine's doing some weird ass stuff. And out of flaps. 1. And flaps are up. Both engines are running, everything is good. I don't know why these engines were being fussy, I don't know. Flaps transit. We should be good. Cleared for the rest of the climb up to our assigned cruising altitude. Meanwhile, I have a burrito to eat. Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good.
LAX traffic, got a E175, 10 miles, sorry, 5 mile final runway 25 right, LAX.
I'm starting to think about what I'm gonna do if the engines get fussy. I'll probably have to take control. Although, that's well, basically I'll just turn the auto throttle off, right? Because that's what stopped them going from before, right? That's Catalina Island, off the nose. You'll see the frame rate steadily improve as we leave the metropolitan area. It's a sad thing to see, but that's just how the sim works. We finally depart about 30 minutes late, but that's the best that I could do. Alright, I think Long Beach is closer now, so... And that should be it right there in the distance. There's Long Beach over there.
Climbing through transition altitude.
Transition altitude, let's go standard. Standard, there we go.
LA traffic, United 141 on downwind right, 5 left.
Weren't you the guy that was on final all the way back? Did that switch somehow? That's the San Bernardino area. Ontario Airport's out there somewhere. Economy climb. Oh, there's a hold button right there. Oh, cool. I'm gonna need a pencil once we start talking to a actual controller. There's one right here in front of me, actually. And as they say, the journey of 1,000 miles, or about like 2,200 miles, begins with one step. We are away, currently flying from LAX to Dulles International Airport near DC. Our expected time en route is to be about 6 hours dead. And yeah, we've got quite the distance to cover on this flight. Yeah, no, sadly no one's online, and I don't know why no one's online. It's Friday. Figure everyone's gonna come out. Wanna sim on a Friday night, right? There's that turbulence layer that they were talking about in the briefing. Big Bear, that's Big Bear over there. There were big fires over there last season. Temperature. Pressures are good. Oil temperatures are good. These are good things. These are good things we're seeing here. gonna fly over Palm Springs, even. Yeah, and that's Palm Springs down below us. Well, it's funny, the turbulence came in pretty much right on schedule, right in the same area where they had predicted that was gonna be. I'm more interested to see actually how X-Plane is gonna handle weather once we get there. Of course, the other problem being the weather is gonna change by the time that we get there. The ceilings are low, which means it's gonna have to be an approach made into ILS. There's another aircraft. Is he coming towards me? Is he on comms even? I think our next turn is gonna put us. That's gonna put us close. Let's see if he's on TCAS yet. 10 miles. I don't see him on TCAS. He's not there anymore. Well, that's funny. Where'd he go? Oh, that's strange. It's very strange.
miles to go.
Oh, is that, what is that, fog? It looks like an inversion layer out there, honestly. Oh, well, there's a little bit behind us too, so maybe I am just tripping. Four hours. Actually, we might be fast. And we are in cruise mode. I'm gonna turn off the fasten seatbelt sign. Let those suckers roam free inside the cockpit. Huh. Should maybe turn these lights off. Not that having them on isn't a good thing, but it's not usually policy. Docs is blue, flight category blue now. Right now my ground speed is 476. Just look at this landscape. It's incredible. Get rid of that so you can see more of where we're headed. Samoa ends at 1,700 feet, or 18,000 feet, I should say. 1,700 feet is very low. It's another MOA. MOA that stops 18,000 feet. We're still clear. So MOA stops at 18,000 feet. A lot of these military operating areas. This one stops at 18,000 feet. There is a heck of a two storms right next to Kansas City. We still got quite a ways to go though. There he is again. I think we're flying in the same direction. He's higher in altitude, I think, than I am. Let's put on guard frequency. I wonder what guard sounds like on VATSIM. Going cross country. Literally across the country, right? So many circuit breakers. Hmm. It's gonna be a long flight, man. Does that show me the wind commit? Do we actually have a tailwind? Do we actually have a tailwind? That's insane. That's gonna be very helpful. Man, we've burned a lot of fuel. It's just wasting itself away there out of my center tank, honestly. I know for a fact I can get about like 600 miles on the wing tanks right here. Did I waste all my fuel with that RTO? We'll see. We may yet see. And hopefully, if we still have luck with this here tailwind, there's a guy to my right. He's 2,000 feet, I think, below me. Let's check the. Can we see him from here? We can't see him. Oh well. We're 100 miles to the next point. Oh, the traffic is like way out there. It's like 80 miles off in that direction. Yeah, we're not gonna see him. Exterior lighting. Oh, oh, passenger cabin. The circuit breakers for the calls. Lighting emergency corridors. Passenger call lights. Right. I think he's headed out to Phoenix. I think he's more or less pushing away from me. So Phoenix is off to my right. Might be able to see Phoenix from here. I think. Don't mind the eating. I don't have anything to eat all day. I just started a flight, so this will be fun. I don't know why, but we've got like incredibly good wins today. Got myself lucky. Cause that's not what the I have to go to flights, right? I have to go to flights. And if we go to the forecast wind chart, you know, maybe it's I just don't really know how to read winds. Yeah, that's what's going on. I don't know how to read winds. I'm an idiot. Yeah. So that means okay, so when you have a wind and let's say you had your little cross-hatching little flags like right here, right? The wind arrows are actually going this way. That's the way the wind is going, like an arrow through the wind. I always keep psyching myself out and thinking it's the wind is going with the flag is facing forward. No, the flag is facing backwards. I don't know. The terminology doesn't make sense. You can't read it like you think you would be reading it like a windsock. So you don't read it like a windsock. That would mean the wind was coming from the other direction, right? Why do they make him so weird to read? Like they don't make sense. Man, there's still gonna be precipitation over there. Still, wow. This is at 03. There's still gonna be thunderstorms. Oh my gosh. And Airmet Sierra is still gonna be there. Yeah, this is gonna get gnarly the closer to the East Coast we get. They got some gnarl over there. That'll be fun. Well, at least it's gonna be an interesting approach. We'll actually be using the ILS system for, you know, what it was designed for, so at least for that much I'm happy. Or is there like a website? Oh, don't. I need to see if what's it called? Um, will it even work on this thing? I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, right now, so we have places. Phoenix Sky Harbor is up. Clearance delivery is up. But that's it pretty much. Is my name on the list? Probably not. Yeah, that static I don't think works for the pad of I. Flagstaff off to our left. let's just I'm gonna bring something up really quick. Huh, this works. Surprised. Okay. Let's see. They don't have like a self-promotion channel or something like that. Nope. Discussion. Hopefully that worked. Only there were controllers to talk to. That's the only thing. That Salt Lake City, I think I want to say. 120275. Here. Weird. Okay. Let's try it on this one.
Double 1314, runway 34 right, clear to land. Yes, Disney, please say that again. Double 1314, runway 34 right, clear to land. Clear to land, runway 34 right, down to 1314.
First City Center, Frankie, about 62. Are we able to get 34 left?
Hey Alexi, how's it going?
Frontier Flight 562 is going to be runway 34 right.
Here's the thing. I don't know
34 right, Frankie,
if I'm on.
Frontier Flight 167, final runway 19. Frontier Flight 167, runway 19, clear to land.
Thanks. Glad you like it.
Frontier Flight 167.
Also, I cut my hair, I think, yesterday? 2 days ago, I got my hair cut, so it's all gone. I'm trying to see, cause yeah, Salt Lake City is up here, but we're not inside of. So we're receiving them on radios, but we're not inside of their air traffic control boundaries, cause we're in. Where are we? We're here. So we're in Denver right now, and they're the only people who are up. It's a slow night for some reason in VATSIM, but we'll stay here to get some good comms. flight progress. Oh, we're 7 miles now from whatever this waypoint is. I think all the waypoints have. Let's actually see Winslow. This waypoint's called Winslow. I don't know how you would get Winslow from INW.
November 7, Juliet Bravo, cross Spain at 1816,000. Salt Lake City is landing north. The Salt Lake City altimeter 3007.
We have Quebec and at Spain 16,000. 7 Juliet Bravo.
So this is we took off about an hour ago. We're an hour into this flight. Checking the flight plan. We're still about 3 hours and 30 minutes and change away from Dulles International, which will put me, let's see if it's for 3, it's going to be about 7 p.m. my time, I think, by the time I get to Dulles International. I honestly thought it was going to be a longer flight. The flight up to Seattle is about 2 hours in a 737. So 3 hours and change, about 4 hours to Dulles is not too bad. Of course, what's helping us is we have a hell of a tailwind that's pushing us. We have 32 knots pushing us to a ground speed of 469. And we have this tailwind pretty much until we get to the Appalachian Mountain Range, which I think it starts turning into a headwind, but by that point we'll already be descending. So hopefully it still turns out for us. Okay, we have reports. Pyreps. Moderate turbulence. Chop from a Gulf Stream. Moderate from a 7-8. So Dreamliner? Am I reading that right? We have 4,300 CL35. What kind of plane is that? Christian Light Chop. They did not identify what kind of plane they're in. I'm gonna throw someone out the window. So we've got a lot more turbulence. Oh my gosh, look at all those Pyreps. And then look at this mess just sitting on top of Washington DC. This will probably all dissipate by the time that we get there, but the problem is there's IFR conditions that are forecast for like the entire night around Dulles. So this is going to be a test of my instrument skills, which I've been practicing in real life, and you're going to bet that I'm going to pull out without, you know, one hell of a debrief, or not a debrief. Debrief is after we're done. A briefing. We're going to brief that approach plate as thoroughly as we can before we head in.
Salt Lake Center, Pacific 7531 at Billings, ready to taxi.
200 miles to the next point, my gosh.
Tango Yankee, clear the runway.
Number 3 Tango Yankee, welcome to Glacier Park, taxi to parking via pilot's discretion.
Via pilot's No, just taxi at your discretion. You don't have to add all those words. That's if they mean well. I'm gonna forbear from being a backseat controller. I'm above that.
Salt Lake Center, Alaska 771 with you, flight level 360.
Alaska 771, Salt Lake City Center, hello, squawk 6037.
There's that traffic again. I don't know if it's like they're cutting in and out, but that's supposedly. That's supposedly supposed to be contrails. even though contrails are way bigger and look way nicer. You know,
Sterling 1995, radar
X-Plane
contact,
can't be
0 miles,
amazing at
northwest
everything,
of
of
Meeker
course.
intersection. Welcome.
Just a couple of things. There's still that dude. He's only 2,000 feet underneath me, but he's about 8 miles away. And the guy who I've been looking at.
We're ready to taxi.
Are they saying there's someone? Oh no, that's the point that I just passed. Okay. And yeah, just like that, he's gone again.
Runway 19, taxi Alpha.
I think sometimes X-Plane, the contrails on certain aircraft will bug out, and they'll get displaced like up here. So I think it's the contrails that belong to this guy right here, but then they pop over into the middle of my the middle of my flight path. See, now he's gone. He's gone from my traffic screen. I don't see him no more. I assure you all, the southwestern United States looks a little bit better than this. I'm sure Flight Sim 2020 would give us some more spectacular views, but basically this is what you do for... How long is it giving us now? It's saying E-span in about 23 minutes time. Does this system agree with us? Usually you can like see, I think. Oh, it's giving us the estimated time of arrival. And the estimated time of arrival right here is it's a couple minutes more than what ForeFlight is giving me. But yeah, it's still, these are huge distances, all of them. And actually you can see here the distance each leg. So this entire leg is 226 nautical miles. The next one is 266, so it's even greater still. And the next two after that are all 300 plus nautical mile legs.
2657 is back.
You get the nearby ATC once again. We have more.
American 2657, we'd like to
ASC.
request 5 minutes more away. Sorry about that.
Fort Worth.
Roger, that's approved. We're back.
Fort Worth Center.
Welcome.
Oh my gosh. Fort Worth is online. Look at that. Are we even going to be that close to Texas? Can actually, if we do actually fly over Texas at a certain point, let's see. Albuquerque. When does Albuquerque become?
Salt Lake Center, Spirit Wing 595. Do we have an expected runway for Salt Lake City?
Spirit Wings 1995.
It's just a big old system. It's still sitting right over
Salt Lake
Kansas City, Missouri.
You just got stepped on there for Spirit Wings 595.
Anyways. ASE.
Salt Lake Center, you got
What is
stepped
that?
on.
Spirit Wings 1995 is going to be north offset Salt Lake.
North offset, Spirit Wings 595. Salt Lake Center, Delta 2932, ready to go, runway 19er.
Delta 2932, runway 19er, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 19er, Delta 2932.
Ready to go. I think Official radio parlance, ready to go is not something you say, I think, if I remember correctly. You'd say holding short 09er for
United
IFR departure, something SID.
flight
Gives them a little more information
Flight 340,
so they know where to put traffic and all that. He knows, oh, he's going to be doing this departure over here, so I know to clear this corridor in front of him.
Center, Southwest 2777, holding altitude
It's not that it's
280.
twisting their arms or anything like that, because he's probably looking at his flight plan and it says right there, oh, he has this departure listed, but it's kind of just one of those, I don't know. I have never used ready to go, because I think, I don't know who it was who put it in my head, so you just don't say stuff like that.
Pacific 7571, verify squawk 6030.
Yeah, I think, actually, I think that's my contrails. I'm pretty sure those are my own contrails. They have to be. My own contrails will actually get displaced from my own aircraft because there's a bug with the Zevo 737 where this kind of shit happens, so yeah, that's me.
We'll expect the LVA 35 approach, 7 Julie Bravo.
The LDA? That's interesting.
Salt Lake Center, we're going to slow down quite a bit here. Nobody behind us, 7 Julie Bravo?
November 7 Julie Bravo, yeah, there's nobody behind you at this time. And yeah, you just plan on LDA at runway 35, and I'm going to probably give you a transition to follow.
Alright, roger that, 7 Julie Bravo.
And November 7 Julie Bravo, if you can proceed direct bogey for the LDA runway 35 approach, let me know when you're directed.
Okay, yeah, we can do direct bogey. We'll let you know, 7 Julie Bravo.
Salt Lake Center now, Salt Lake Center, Pacific 7571, climb to 10.6 for 15,000.
Pacific 7571, Salt Lake City Center, radar contact, climb maintain, flight level 370, clear direct recap.
370, direct recap, Pacific 7571.
Is direct bogey, 7 Julie Bravo.
Julie Bravo, roger. Square wings 1995, cross Spain at maintain 16,000. The Salt Lake City altimeter is 3005, Salt Lake landing north.
3005, Salt Lake landing north, and cross Spain at flight level 160, square wings 1995.
Now that I'm listening to a controlling frequency.
Yeah, roger that, 7 Julie Bravo.
Right here, flight 562, runway 34 right, clear to land.
Here's my notes.
Cleveland, 34 right, for your fast.
When I do this kind of stuff, I have a separate pad that I keep
Contact, stay altitude leading.
in my real life flight bag, which is just a backpack
Resume normal speed.
where I put all my flight stuff.
Climb maintain, bubble 230.
It's a flight bag. All flight stuff go in the flight bag. It's pretty simple. What's the distance? Oh, I'm already like 123 miles from Espan. So I'm gonna write, or prepare to write a craft clearance. Usually what they do is they'll give you an altitude, they understand you're flying the flight plan. There's not much you can do about any of that because you're, of course, I'm in, where am I? I think I'm in Albuquerque's controlled airspace, I think at the moment, and Denver's off. Or am I still in Denver? No, clearly I'm in Albuquerque. Albuquerque's air traffic control system, so, but as you can clearly see, No Albuquerque air traffic control system exists. They have like 5 controllers for Dallas Fort Worth. But I think, 'cause I think we should be able to pull up
2932, radar contact, stay altitude leading.
Crowbeck. Let's find out where Fort Worth is.
1,200.
And let's look for the ARTCC.
Thank you, climbing.
So Kansas City, we'll actually intercept Kansas City before we even get to the borders of Dallas Fort Worth. That's freaky.
7 Julie Bravo, descend and maintain 14,000.
Yeah, we're still quite a ways away.
7 Julie Bravo.
I'm supposed to be talking to Albuquerque pretty much all the way until Liberal. That's the name of the VOR. Liberal VOR. That's funny. They called
November
that
69er
fix
Echo Romeo,
liberal in like
hyperspace
the most
Denver
unliberal
center
place
is offline,
in the
radar
country.
terminator frequency change.
That's funny. That is very funny.
Frequency change approved, 69er Echo Romeo.
Well, okay, and here's the thing, Alexi. Let's see, bring up. I don't know if you can see it on the screen over here, my iPad. That has my flight plan on there. E-span. Usually the named ones with five characters in them are meant to be kind of said out loud. But the ones that are 3 are VOR stations. I don't know what Kilo Kilo 48 Golf is. It's, heck if I know. But INW we said was win something. PKE is something else. HVQ, what's
Denver center's offline, radar sources terminated, frequency change approved.
That was Denver? That was not Denver. Oh no, they're sending someone else to Denver. Okay, HVQ is Charleston. That doesn't even compute. HVQ is Charleston.
Salt Lake, Texas, parking via Echo, good day.
It must have been called something else, I think, when they first said that. And the thing is, a lot of those VOR stations are like ancient. This one, RSK. Okay, so that one's still active. They were all set up like throughout the 40s and the 50s and the 60s is when basically the whole entire VOR network was set up. Now with the advent of GPS, they're starting to roll back and shut down VOR facilities across the country. So who knows if maybe Charleston was called something else. Maybe it was named, the airport had a name, and it was started with an H. I don't know, but they call it Charleston. Are we gonna make it? Are we gonna make it to the Are we gonna make it to the liberal VOR before the left wing is destroyed? Ah, that's funny. Ben Shapiro's on the airplane and he has to stop it before they reach liberal. That is funny. Alright, so let's see, plugins. Yeah, there's tons of controllers, but we're not near, and it's not the problem that, okay, we can obviously hear each other and we'd be able to communicate, but the problem is on these, I'm gonna zoom into what I'm talking about. There's this little border right here on the map that separates controlling frequencies from each other. And basically what that means is, even though I could hear maybe Denver, for example, If I tried calling them and saying, here's where I am, this is my altitude, this is what I'm doing, they would respond with, okay, great. We don't know where the hell you are. You're not on our screens. We literally cannot see you because literally the controlling frequency cannot see to out to where this airplane is. This little airplane icon. They can only see within. And that's what the borders are for. So when you cross over a border, you know, okay, it sounds like, or it looks like I'm gonna be handed off to, you know, such and such controller, right? That is
Julia Bravo, descend and maintain 9,000.
that is not going to happen for a little bit. What now? What someone could do in VATSIM is any one of these controllers.
We are cleared for the approach. 7 Julia Bravo.
Any one of these controllers can reach out to me, send me a PM through the chat box, and they tell me, hey, just get on frequency so we can talk to each other. So, but that being said, we're going to be proactive. Hopefully, if Kansas City's still up by the time we get there, it's going to be, I think, an hour or so before we make it to the Kansas City. Yeah, because it happens up here. So wherever this point is, before we hit Liberal, we're going to be talking to Kansas City air traffic control. Now I have had it happen to me where I'm trying my best to get to a controller to get to an airspace, and then they close down right before I get there. Right before I get there. I have been on final approaches when airports just close. It's infuriating, but it's not really a biggie. All you do is you just self-announce on 122.8 Unicom, which is like Unicom is like a free lobby frequency that you just talk to everyone and anyone. Usually you keep it clear, but and I don't know if anyone monitors it or anything like that, because otherwise it'd just be chaos. 56 miles the east span. We're well close now. Actually, it's moved up the prediction for the time that we were going to intercept it, so yeah, so I think what's it? 4Flight. Yeah, 4Flight called it actually. It's telling us 6 minutes or 7 minutes, less than 7 minutes until we get there. Ah, this lost its carbonation. Yeah, it still tastes good, but yeah. Liberal VOR is 320 miles away. It's got some distance still, that's for sure. These legs be trying me, man. And each leg is, again, longer than the last. This leg was 226 miles in total. And I think that shows me the actual times for when I crossed each leg. So we did the first ones were part of the departure, so they were like rapid fire succession, but the first real leg, which was about 200 miles, so we did 200 miles in about 30 minutes. Which means we're doing 100 miles. We're doing 100 miles every 15 minutes. That means that basically, yeah, that's about right. 266 miles is going to take about 45 minutes. So yeah, we're gonna be strapped down for quite a bit. I think the prediction is squeeze me that that's gonna be, at least for my time zone, a 7:30 landing. It's 4:30 right now, so we still have about 3 hours of flying, pretty much. And ForeFlight confirms it. 2 hours 58 minutes yet remaining. Ah, ah. It's red IFR still at Dulles. That's our current leg right now. Yeah, the en route portion is there's not a lot that happens. I've done any number of things to, kill the time during the en route portion. I've read books on stream. I've done all kinds of things. I should play music during the en route portion. Passing Santa Fe.
November 7, Julia Bravo, contact Salt Lake City approach 128.1. Take care.
Oh, it sounds like we got some new controllers.
Fairwings 1995, contact Salt Lake City approach 128.1.
Denver's up. But no Albuquerque.
Southwest 1990, Louis Myers Base to the northwest. Seattle's offline, radar services terminated, frequency changed. Remove you, have a good one.
Switch to advisory, thanks for your services.
We're still listening to him. Kansas City's still up. Fort Worth and their army of controllers are still up. I think once we, let's set a point for myself. Once we cross, we have a question from the chat. Can modern main battle tanks defend against baguettes? Is that new, what's the name of that channel? Bosnian something. I have to check that one out. I don't know. I mean, you would expect the baguettes have some incredibly high penetration if you were to fire them at anything, so.
11 Iron 2 switching, thanks for your help.
And the other question beyond that would be if we were to compare that firepower to the homing capacity of the Latin chancla. It's a lot of questions we have to ask.
No worries, sir. And moderate chomp out for the Wasatch Reach.
He's giving a pirate? Don't even try, man. Like, it's... There was this one time I was flying in real life, and I passed like right next to a mountain, and it got like really violent for the little airplane that I was flying in, right? And then after like 5 minutes, it was all gone because I made it past the mountain range, right? But the Slavic rolling pin. I would like to see. I don't know if you were there. There used to be this show. I can't remember on which channel it used to be, but I think it was called The Ultimate Warrior, and it was just a bunch of guys uh, talking to supposed experts about, like, who would kick each other's who would win in a fight, a a Trojan, like, or a Spartan like Oplite, or a Japanese ninja, or something like that. And they claimed that they would put these two into like a simulator and simulate the fight like 500 times or something like that, and the one that won the most fights was declared the winner, right? So we'd have to take a Latin abuelita with la chancla versus a Slavic babushka with a rolling pin. Yes, they LARP the battle, yeah. Then they go out and film this LARP battle between these two, and then it's like this dramatic thing. It takes up like 5 minutes, but in the end, you just figure out who wins. $246 from Liberal. Yeah, you'd have to. It's a big LARP battle between Latin grandmothers with chanclas and Slavic babushkas with rolling pins to see who's the ultimate warrior. I'd pay to see that. As our approach. Oh, and this is the other dumb thing about these kinds of charts. They will show you the boundaries for different center frequencies, but center covers a very huge patch of sky. Now, this other frequency right here, Albuquerque Raton, that's an approach slash departure frequency. However, they'll show you the frequency. They won't show you exactly the boundaries or the borders of their airspace. They just leave that up to, okay, just try the frequency and see if you catch anybody, kind of thing. Which is ridiculous that they don't like publish stuff like that, but they'll publish center borders. How fast is little me going? He's going fast. 483 knots ground speed. Actually, that's confirmed right here too. It's getting a little choppy up here. The airplane's just slightly moving around just by a little bit. That's because what is over here actually? Oh, so yeah, we are crossing over the Rocky Mountains right below us. It should say the same. I wonder, does it give me Oh, that's weird for the jet charts. The minimum route altitudes are like way high. Look at that.
Sorry,
Flight level
Salt Lake
230.
Center, American 715 and 36,000 feet, direct to Bryce Canyon. American 715, Salt Lake City Center, hello, squawk 6074.
That's where we are right now. We still have distance to go. So let's see. If we started, if our flight took off from LAX at around 2 or about 1 hour into the stream, we have been streaming now for about 2 hours, 27 minutes. So it would be about like an hour and change, about an hour 30 minutes to fly to Denver with a tailwind. Big asterisk. Gosh. Yeah, it's pushing us 46 knots. This is a good day to be flying up in the flight levels.
American 715, radar contact.
We'll be arriving at Liberal at it's about 30 minutes at 17 past the hour. Yeah, about 25 minutes. That's about right. So let's see the progress that we've made. Let's put it right side up and let's get the sectional out. So about, let's say, a little past, so in between Liberal and Kilo 48 Golf, that's kind of halfway for this flight. So we've actually made, gosh, we've made a lot of good progress on our flight. All thanks to that tailwind that's just pushing us along. Oh my gosh, but that storm is insane. That storm has been sitting there like this whole entire time. Let's do a playback. Oh, don't tell me it's moving south. Bugger. And that's playing back the hour. So it's just been sitting there. Oh my gosh. And like we're steaming right towards it. Oh, I don't believe it. But gladly, let's see. Which way are these storms moving? They're moving, these ones are moving east. This top cell here maybe has the potential for more activity, but the hope is that as the day rolls on and the sun isn't giving out as much energy as it was previously, that it'll stop giving energy to those storms, and the storms should start to dissipate after a while. But we do have IFR conditions still forecast for Washington Dulles. It's been a couple hours, so let's actually do a checkup on IAD. Let's remember that runway 01 and 19 center is closed by NOTAM. Let's check into the weather. Current weather right now, wind 030 at 8 knots. I think we might take 01 left or 01 right then, just as a precaution. Oh my gosh. 3 statute miles visibility with rain. Few clouds at 400 feet. Oh my gosh. The Tafts. Oh, Neptune.
Sorry, City Center, American 26, American 2657.
Overcast at 300 feet.
Roger.
Oh, wow. Wow, that is shitty weather, man. That is really shitty weather. Oh my gosh. Well, we don't have Cat 3 capability in this airplane. Well, that's why we have alternates. So I know there's an official way to pick alternates, but I think yeah, because all the TAFs have updated. Let's see, for the 8 p.m. TAF here, it's overcast at 500. Let's see what their procedures. So they have an approach. They have a Cat 2 approach. They have a Cat 1 approach.
Minneapolis is closed. Radar service is terminated for communication approved.
Do ILS localizer into DC. And let's see what their minimums are, because that's the important thing we have to know. If we know that the cloud base, maybe according to TAF, and it might be worse than the TAF, you always have to take that into account, because the cooler it gets, the closer that the temperature approaches the dew point, the more that there's going to be more clouds closer to the ground. But with the ILS into DC, we're guaranteed. It says right here, 200 feet. So as long as the clouds are above 200 feet, we can break out at 400 feet like the TAF is saying, and then we'll be safe there. We'll have to see. We're going to give it another hour. We're going to check back in another hour, so at 6 p.m. Let's see the procedures. So it looks like runway... They have Category 3 approaches, but the problem is we don't have an airplane that can accept that. Let's do the ILS localizer DME into... See, and that's the problem. 364 feet. And if they're saying the ceilings are going to be 300 feet, we will not be able to clear minimums by then. Runway 01. Guys. Okay, ILS 1 right. We got to guarantee that we can get 200 feet. Minimums at 200 feet. If we had 300 feet ceilings, if we have 300 foot ceilings, this is the one that we have to ask for. We have to absolutely ask for this one. Let's check any of the other ones that might have... Okay. So I was looking at the wrong one. I was looking at localizer. Yeah, and the localizer, because you're not on the glide slope, you're just using a localizer, the minimums are moved up higher. ILS 1 left, 200 feet. Hopefully. Hopefully things work out. Instrument approach procedure. Amendment. Circling category, Alpha Bravo Charlie height above airport 627. Category D, minimum descent altitude.
November 3023 kilo radar contact.
Just yeah, height above airport. Visibility. Alternate minimums. And of course, runway 01 center is closed. Let's just check and make sure. Yep, the same minimum applies to all category aircraft from category out A through D. So that should work out. So I think that's going to be our plan. That's what we're going to ask control for. Again, we're going to check back in an hour, because we do have to plan all of this into the computer of the airplane. Otherwise, it's like going to be like, well, dude, I don't know where you want to send me. Like, so we're over the MOA, and like I briefed, let's switch over to, if they're still up, Kansas City. We'll give them a call. So 125-725. Brap. There's Kansas City.
American 240, descend via Bush 3, arrival. Southwest landing northwest, altimeter 292.
Alright, well, I'm glad I did that little briefing. That's important to get, and that's any real pilot, that's what they would be doing is, wow, that fucking storm. Look at that storm. So here's the question. Do I want to get routed in front of the storm or behind the storm? Moderate turbulence. Someone at 8,000 feet said it's nasty. Nasty, nasty turbulence. Usually... Oh, 50,000 feet. Yeah, there's no way we're clearing this. No way we're clearing that thing. We cannot fly over that thing. That is just a huge, huge storm.
Roger, flight 2094, 13306, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff, Arna Pyong.
Does this one have tops? That one still doesn't have tops. This is the only one where they've said it has tops. 57,000 feet. Which is like beyond the climbing capacity or like most aircraft. Our only hope is that the storm continues moving south, which it kind of is. So it was stronger before, but it's moving still. The worst part of it's moving south. Oh, and there's another south. Again, 50,000 feet. Is that one also? Oh heck, it's like moving right into my flight path. And where am I in all this mess? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it very much. If you're joining me, we are close to the halfway point of a transcontinental United States flight from LAX International Airport to Dulles International on the East Coast, flying from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C. And we're in the middle of trying to prepare to navigate several storm systems that are presenting themselves pretty much just right smack dab in the middle of the of my flight path. I don't know how XP11 is gonna interpret, I guess, the storm system. But what's likely going to happen is we're probably, and I mean, depending on what we see, because let's see, ForeFlight here, and of course, what ForeFlight's doing is it's detailing me actual weather that's happening in real life, right? And what X-Plane does is X-Plane takes the snapshot that happened like 15 minutes. I've seen it. It takes a snapshot and gives you what happened like 15 minutes ago, usually. So where you think there's a storm on top of you is actually like to your left or something like that. About to get on top of you, but because you're basically traveling 15 minutes into the future.
Envoy 2885 Kansas City Center, Roger, stand by, everyone. Somebody else called on answer, say again. Roger 2094, squawk normal, please.
We have traffic. Look at that. We have someone who's at the same altitude now at
squawk 1734.
16. So he's about 80 miles. We have that same person who's been there that entire time, who's been flying with us, about 1,300 feet below us.
Six Mike, go ahead.
This is actually, if I didn't have ForeFlight, I would be completely oblivious to any of the stuff that was happening in front of me. I think at best I would have had to have gone to like aviationweather.gov and like put in a sample flight, and it would have told me pretty much all the same stuff. But I mean, on a little app like this that I can screencast to you guys, and you can see kind of the preparation that I have to do in my head to prepare for stuff like this. It also helps me to be a better. Oh, is it low? Okay, they're already starting to get low IFR. Look, in all of these different places. Ah, things are getting bad. What's the current weather? Okay, so the current weather right now, IFR, 3 statute miles, light rain. I can't remember BR. What is BR supposed to mean? Heck. And overcast at 800 feet above the ground. And that's supposed to close down to, I think the TAF says, overcast at 300 feet. So it's going to be all precision. That's going to be, we're going to need that ILS approach. And we're going to need that ILS approach to work for us.
United 3494, Kansas City Center.
Someone's not picking up.
Yeah, 3494. I have a reroute for you. Advise when ready to copy. United 3494 is clear to the DFW Airport. Present position Dark Springfield. Sierra Golf Foxtrot. Direct Tulsa. Tango Uniform Lima. Direct Axie Alpha X-Ray X-Ray Echo Echo. At Axie, join the Seaver 4 RNAV arrival into DFW. Maintain flight level 360.
We're not receiving them yet. Oh, reroute though. I've never had a reroute on the VATSIM network.
Yeah, 3494, readback is correct.
I've never had a reroute on the VATSIM network.
Envoy 2885, clear to the O'Hare Airport. Radar vectors Ullman, then as filed. On departure, maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 31010 minutes after departure. Departures 125.72, squawk 2144.
So, well, what's going to happen is we're going to pick up IFR with Kansas City, and then if the next area isn't online, then they're just going to cancel it anyways for
Convoy
us.
2885, read that correct.
So much for that.
Call for taxi, push at your discretion.
20, please do not respond for your private message, use the frequency instead. Okay, so he knows I'm coming and I'm in the area.
Additional aircraft on frequency, hazardous weather information, get back to submit 22 Central for Val 0155 Zulu for portions of Missouri, Oklahoma, Kansas, 21 Central for portions of Kansas, 23 Central for portions of Missouri and Arkansas, and 20 Central for portions of Indiana, Illinois.
Yeah, we're
and
starting to
19
see
Central
clouds
for
now,
portions
so
of
that's...
Illinois. And the information available on flight service station, please.
Kansas City Center, Alaska, 552, flight level 370. You heard me, right?
Alaska 552, squawk 1701.
Squawk 1701, Alaska 552. So that's...
Alaska 552, radar contact 47 miles southwest of Liberal VOR, flight level 370.
Okay.
American 240, descend to maintain 4,000, proceed arc relay, final bridge fix.
I knew that was what it was called. Liberal VOR.
Yes, sir.
I'll have to make sure that all my next flights across the U.S. all pass through Liberal.
City Center, American 325 is back.
325, roger.
Kansas City, Airbus 69er Echo Romeo, about 30 miles west of your airspace.
Six nine Echo Romeo ident.
Do I have an ident here?
6-9 Echo Romeo, contact Albuquerque Center 127.85.
That's it right there.
Center, 69 Echo
That's a
Romeo.
button. Okay. It's one of those things. Yeah, you should know before you hop into this airplane. If they ask you to ident, okay, where is it? Doing pretty good on fuel consumption. I haven't even dug into any of my. But if we left, I think with 8. No, we had way more than that. I thought. I think we should be good on fuel consumption. I hope we're good on fuel consumption. It's gonna get busy in a second. So, let's see, are you filled in? If this is not filled in, then we do not have to report flying over this point. And that storm is just doing nothing but just hanging out. Yeah, look at that. Now it's just farmland. Just flying over farmland. And it's like this for 1,000 miles. Well, we won't be seeing much of it for long because we've got the weather up ahead.
Kansas City Center stepped away. If you had called while I was gone, didn't hear it, and advise again.
What did he say? I didn't get all of that call. He was a Cessna. He said He was with him previously, but is now on. What does that mean? We still have a tailwind, thankfully, that's pushing us. Ah, 1 mile from Liberal. Here we go.
American 240, the airport, 12 o'clock, 15 miles, towards field site.
336 miles now.
240, cleared vision approach, runway, Persian right.
That weather is still hanging out pretty much just right on top of my flight path, and we're about to intersect with it. So I need to start doing something, or else I'm gonna get caught up in it. These cloud tops aren't as bad. We can fly over them pretty much until the approach, so we're good there. Yeah, I don't like this. But that's 100 miles between. About 320 miles, yeah, that's right. And let's turn on. Love of everything, weather radar, because by heck we're gonna need that stuff. So we got weather here, and we have traffic on this screen over here.
2861, Kansas City Center, Squawk 2155. American 240, runway 30 right, cleared to land, wind 300 at 5. Delta 2861, radar contact 17 miles west of St. Joseph, UR, level 310.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about this storm right here, is not moving by much.
render.
60,000 feet.
American 10.
That one cell right there. Oh my gosh. Right now what I'm worried about is we have another cell over here that's 50,000 feet. It's kind of descended, but there's no way that we can top over that one. And the only thing that we could do is we could maybe weave around. So we get vectored to the right and then maybe over to the left. But the safe option, honestly, would be to get vectored, just stay north of those cells and stay the hell away from those places, basically, because that is nasty weather. What's the distance? 100 miles. 100 miles until we start reaching that stuff. And those storms can affect you as far out as 20 miles. Yeah, now we're starting to see, because all these turbulence reports out here, now we're starting to feel a little bit of turbulence. That's all the weather that's happening up and ahead of us. Let's sync the heading to where we're going, just so that we're ready in case they give us a vector. We're going to turn on the fasten seatbelt sign because we're starting to enter some turbulence.
American 240. Straight ahead on Papa, cross runway 30 left. On the other side, join Charlie, and remain this frequency. Good night.
That's just that big nasty cell is just right in the middle of the flight path. Yeah, and I don't think that's gonna get any better. I think this stuff is gonna continue drifting south like it is. What's the distance now? So we're still about 100 miles away from the nasty stuff. What's the name of his airline? Ooh woo?
Kansas City Center, Ulu 1114, flight level 350.
Are they even online? It shows that they're online. Oh, and Albuquerque Center just went online after I passed through them. That's real low. It's real low, you guys.
Kansas City Center, Ulu 1114, flight level 350. Kansas City Center, good evening, on board
There we go.
2885, just pushed off the gate 10 here at Springfield, ready to taxi with Golf. Runway 2885, sorry about that. Runway 32, taxi via Echo, Uniform, November, and Sierra. Cross runway 2 at Uniform, the Springfield altimeter 2987. Okay, taxi 32 via Echo, Uniform, November, Sierra, and then cross, and then I'm sorry, I couldn't hear after that. Cross runway 32 at Uniform, and the Springfield altimeter 2987. Okay, 2987, and we'll cross 32 at Uniform, so that's taxi to 32 via Echo, Uniform, Romeo, Sierra, cross 32 at Uniform for envoy 2885. Kansas City Center, Ulu 1114, flight level 350. What's the call sign? Uniform Whiskey, Uniform 1114.
No.
Roger, I kind of got that, but what's your radio call sign?
Ulu.
Ulu 1114, Kansas City Center. Roger.
I don't believe it. Ooh. These people out here playing.
Giant 84, Kansas City, you up, sir?
Kansas City Center, Alaska 552. Just a question. Are we going to be expecting vectors around the weather?
Alaska 552, I'm really unable to provide vectors around the precipitation simply just because I'm unable to display it on my radar scope. The best I can do is try to georeference it off sky vector, pretty much. That's the best I can do. But you have a lot more updated information on your end, so if you would like deviations and vector yourself around the weather, advise what you would like to do.
Copy, Alaska 552.
Flight level 380, and we'd like to be Mr. from the cockpit, please, to go get some snacks and stuff.
Let's see. Wichita.
Alaska 552, go ahead, sir.
Alaska 552, that wasn't us.
Roger, Alaska 552, roger. I'm just saying you keyed up and then somebody stepped on you, so what were you saying?
We were just copying you, 552.
Alaska 552, roger. And who was the aircraft that checked in?
Cafe 4 Lima Kilo with you, flight level 38 here.
Let's see, what angle?
Kilo, Kansas City Center, roger. Approved as requested for the step away.
Roger, thank you very much, 4 Lima Kilo.
Okay, 84 Kansas City Center, yep.
Does that work? Does that work for me? Now keep in mind it is 15 minutes behind. What's the magnetic?
Kansas City Center, roger.
42.
Giant 84 Kansas City.
I could do even 035. And then because there is traffic off to my left. That's the only thing. They're not having to deal with any of this, but we do. And then yeah, because we're coming up on it right now. We're about 50 miles from where all the action is happening. Clouds are starting to build up. Kansas City Center, Alaska 552. Would it be possible to get a vector to heading 035?
Alaska 552, deviation left of course is approved. When able, proceed direct. Just for advise when you're ready, back on course. Deviation to the left is approved.
And deviation to the left approved, Alaska 552. .035 vector. Visor enable direct. Okay, let's see if this works. Pray this works. I pray this works, because we're not gonna have a fun time if this doesn't work. The weather radar is also supposed to be working here too, but I haven't seen anything.
Kansas City Center, November 475, Charlie Papa. 475, Charlie Papa, Kansas City. Kansas City Center, 5 Charlie Papa. We're on the ground at Wichita. Flight of 2, request flight following to Hutchinson.
Flight at 2, that's a pair flight.
475, Charlie Papa, roger. Departure is 125.72, squawk 0443.
Okay.
Departure
Not really seeing any mean cloud tops at the moment, so that's a good thing.
Papa, squawk 0443. 0443.
But that's kind of the point of what we're doing with this deviation, is we're waiting for the weather to pass.
0443,
Oh, and the problem is this weather is actually like more north of what I think is going to be happening because of the time delay effect that happens in XP11 by about 15 minutes. The weather is delayed into XP11 by about 15 minutes. So I have to look at the weather. Basically, I have to look. That's what the weather is doing right now on my screen. So if I can make this line here right now, and then proceed back on my track until we're past the
City Center, envoy 2885, holding short, 32, number 1, ready to go.
then we should be good.
Runway 2885, fly runway heading runway 32, cleared for takeoff, wind 3104.
But it'll be, it's gonna be close.
Runway heading clear for takeoff, 32, Envoy 2885.
Giant 84, Kansas City.
Yeah, there's a big giant, two giant monsters just bearing down on both, hell, Atkinson. What's it saying at Atkinson? 17 minutes. Thunderstorms, broken at 8,000 feet, broken 11,000 feet. Wind 350, 15 gusts, 33 knots, half mile visibility, BR. This is why we carry extra fuel. Exactly for situations like this. They're just taking off from there and heading there, that pair flight. So, and here's the other wild thing too.
American 425, reset your transponder, squawk 1144. American 425, squawk 1144. Mike
1144 for American 425.
Thanks. American 215, radar contact lost. Copa 4 Lima Kilo, I have a reroute, advisor and ready to copy. Envoy 2885, Springfield departure, radar contact, clear direct to Ullman, climb maintain 15,000.
Direct Allman, climb maintain 15,000, Envoy 2885.
Copa 4 Lima Kilo, Kansas City Center, you back, sir.
There's a new update on that weather. Whew. There's that cell is just super active over there. And the strange shit. No, wait, we are getting little patches now on the weather radar. We've got a little patch right there. See? Right. Right.
Roger, I have a reroute for you. Advisory copy.
Yeah, give it to us. Ready to copy. You don't have to be. Yeah, just the disrespect, man. The disrespect.
Receiver 4, arrive on the DFW, you maintain possible 380.
Can you say that via text, please?
Just write it down. Okay, now let's look 15 minutes. So I'll have to be, could take it at Keiru, Arrington.
475 Charlie Papa, you said you're ready, taxi. Affirmative.
Do we cross any other?
Roger, where you parked at?
Want to say southeast, GA?
Like 2885 for Kansas City Center, prime time possible 310.
And there's a third cell now that's starting to form up, kind of off to my right. What's the distance? 37 miles. To my...
13545. on 361.
See, I could take it up all the way out to Keiru.
Okay, Envoy 2885 ready to copy that reroute.
Envoy 2885 at Welch, join the Shane 2 arrival into O'Hare, climb maintain possible 310.
Chicago! Chicago!
Join the Shang 2 into O'Hare, climb maintain, flight level 310 for 2885.
American 2885, read back correct.
And again, basically we want at least minimum distance, not 20 miles. About right there. I don't have to go all the way out to Keiru. All the way out to Keiru. But that should be pretty good for that cell was still there. Think about it.
19 left via Mike, thanks the altimeter, 5 Charlie bound.
Just the problem is the storm is going the same way I am. But and that doesn't account for the fact that there might be new cells that form, you know, along the way. The storm is still unraveling and developing as we're flying along.
Captain, Fleming, Kilo, can we have that time away from the cockpit now? Reroute's been set up.
What?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Fleming, Kilo, we need to go do something for 10 minutes now. Can we have that time away?
Roger, you got the reroute?
Yeah, it's been plugged in.
Roger, Fleming, Kilo, Dutch question.
Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, we've got hella weather off to the right. Which is why we're doing this reroute. Actually, I don't know if the weather is actually at the right size. I think I've had that problem before where the weather is not actually in the right place. Pretty embarrassing, I know. I think what we'll do for flight for the moment is being pretty reliable for me at the moment.
American 2300, say Mach number.
0.8.
Sorry, say again.
Mach 0.8.
American 2300, roger, maintain Mach 0.78.
Mach 0.78.
American 325, contact forward center 135.45.
135.45 for American 325. Thanks for help tonight. We'll see you.
Yeah, City Center, United 2230, 360.
Okay, 2230 for Kansas Center, roger.
Kansas City Center, good evening, American 750, 11317.
American 7, Kansas City, roger.
And Kansas City Center, Alaska 552 would like vector to 075.
Alaska 552, approved as requested.
And heading 075, Alaska 552. Okay, so we're going to be rounding the tip, around basically this storm system that we just passed by. We've had to take a big deviation because there's just this big, huge mess over here. We're finally back on course to basically bypass through, I think, this part of the, let's see what this PIREP says.
American, correction, United 2230, say your Mach number.
Location bumped. Altitude 1600, 737. Moderate turbulence for 737. So this is some rough stuff up ahead of us.
Roger.
But hopefully the hope is that we fly through this area.
American 1106, Kansas City, roger.
And hopefully
United 2230.
this over here doesn't develop. That would be painful right here. If this area right here develops enter into the storm
United
while we're out.
2230, I have a reroute.
That would
Advise when ready to copy.
not be cash money, but this
We are
is
ready to copy 2230.
United
good for now.
2230, cleared to the DFW airport, present position, Dark Columbia, Charlie Oscar uniform, Dark Tulsa, Tango uniform Lima, Dark Axie, Alpha X-ray X-ray, Echo Echo. At Axie, join the Seaver 4 arrival, maintain possible 2, correction 360.
Okay, so United 2230 copies direct Charlie Oscar uniform, direct Tulsa, direct Axie, and maintain 360 and join the Seaver 4 at Axie, United 2230.
United 2230, reback is correct.
I hope I made the right decision. Well, I mean, we'll see. We're not gonna know until we actually get there and we're
American 1106, I have a reroute advisor and copy.
safe of the What did he say?
Do you have a pen and paper? Sorry, 6 days.
Yeah, right now keeping the weather in frame is probably the most important thing.
American 1106, how do you reach me now? I'm sorry about that, I got cut out again. Go ahead and with the reroute.
American 1106, cleared to the DFW airport, present position, Dark Springfield VOR, Sierra Golf Foxtrot. Dark Tulsa,
Can you not
Tango
say
uniform Lima,
like Dallas
Axie,
Fort Worth?
Alpha, X-ray, X-ray, Echo, Echo.
Are they forbidden from saying
Seaver
Dallas
4
Fort
arrival
Worth?
at Axie, maintain
Weather
possible
updates.
360.
Pretty much the same.
I got Tulsa and
The storms are to my south, and they will continue moving
Sierra
south.
Golf Foxtrot, and then
We should be
at
good
Axie intersection,
for nowsies.
join the Seaver 4 arrival into DFW.
What's Axie? I got Alpha X-ray X-ray.
Echo, Echo, Alpha, X-ray, X-ray, Echo, Echo. That's the Axie intersection.
So for Axie, it's going to be Alpha Echo Echo X-ray X-ray.
Alpha, X-ray, X-ray,
X-ray.
Echo, Echo.
AXXEE.
Alright, American 1106, clear to DFW via present position direct.
But hey, he's got it. All he needed was just the spelling for Axie, and that was it.
American 1106, your readback is correct.
Yeah, I'm starting to see those clouds now to my right. I think that's the interpretation of the storm.
John just sent a Southwest 2136 back with you. Kansas City American 1511, climbing to 380 out of 326.
American 1511, Kansas City Center, Roger. Somebody else checked in, taken?
Yeah, Southwest 2136 back with you.
Roger, thanks, sir. Southwest 2136, descend a pilot's discretion, maintain possible 240.
Right down to 240, Southwest 2136.
KC Center, hello, American 1294 with you, 350.
It's gotten busy. Man.
American 1294, Kansas City Center, Roger. American 1294, what was your original speed?
We were 0.79.
Roger.
Kansas City Center, American 9791, flight level 410, currently Mach decimal 82, maximum speed possible, Mach decimal 84.
American 9791, Kansas Center, Roger. Are you assigned .82?
9791, negative.
Roger, American 9791, is that where you're going to stay at?
Was our plan to stay, but we can go faster if it is.
Roger. Just maintain Mach 182 for sequence.
Back to flight 2, 9791.
American 1511, I have a reroute advisor ready to copy.
Ready to copy, 1511.
American 7, traffic 12 o'clock, 10 miles southeastbound is a Boeing 737, possible 310 on a factory. We got it. American 1511, cleared at DFW Airport, present position, Dark Springfield, VOR, Sierra, Golf, Foxtrot.
All people are trying to get into Dallas Fort
VOR,
Worth.
Tango, Uniform, Lima. Direct Axie, Alpha, Alpha, X-ray, X-ray, Echo, Echo, at Axie, join the Seaver 4 on arrival. Maintain flight level 380, or climb maintain flight level 380.
Okay, copy that. Direct to Springfield, then Tulsi, then Axie to join D4 arrival for American 1511, and we'll climb up to 380, thanks.
American 1511, your readback is correct.
Kansas City Center, American 1106. Can we step away for 5 minutes?
American 1106, readback, correction approved as requested.
Roger, we'll give you a call, American 1106.
And Kansas City Center, Alaska 552, same request, step out for about 5 minutes.
November 6, 6 flight contact, Albuquerque Center 127.85, good night.
Contact Albuquerque Center 127.85.
United 30, leaving airspace to the west, Denver Center south line, frequency change approved. Alaska 552, Roger, are you just going to continue on your present heading until you're back?
Yeah, we'll continue our present heading. We're not going to be out for long, but we're going to continue our present heading until we're clear of the weather to the south.
Alaska 552, Roger, approved as requested. Let me know when you're back.
We'll do Alaska 552. Alright, I will be back, guys.
Juliet Whiskey 295, contact Fort Worth Center 135.45.
Fort Worth Center on 135.45 to Juliet Whiskey 295, bye-bye.
Kansas City Center, November 475, Charlie Papa Flight 2, holding shuttle for runway 19 left, ready for departure.
796 Juliet Bravo flight, Roger, standby. Southwest 2136, descend via the Murrah 3 arrival. Oklahoma City is landing south, the altimeter 2979er.
Alright, descend via the arrival, we got the altimeter landing south, south 2136.
American 1294, turn left heading 350, short vector first sequence, I'll be on course in another minute and a half.
Alright, left turn 350, American 1294.
Delta 2851, contact Memphis Center 124.27.
427 Delta 2861.
United 3494, Carter Seaver, and rejoin the arrival at Seaver.
United 3494, repeat, please.
United 3494, clear direct Seaver at Seaver, rejoin the arrival.
Direct Seaver at Seaver, rejoin the arrival at 3494.
United 3494, contact Fort Worth Center 135.45.
135.45, United 3494.
United, correction, American 1294, you can resume normal speed.
Normal speed for American 1294.
Kansas City Center, American 1106 is back.
Roger, thank you.
Kansas City Center, November 475, Charlie Papa 52, holding short of runway 19 left, ready for departure.
475 Charlie Papa flight, turn right on course, runway 19 left, clear for takeoff, and 1509.
Right on course, clear for takeoff, 19 left, 5 Charlie Papa.
Runway 2885, same Mach number.
Envoy 2885, 0.74.
Are you able any faster?
I can maybe give you 0.76, Envoy 2885.
Runway 2885, ready to maintain Mach 0.76 if unable device.
Okay, Wilco 2885.
American 7 for sequence into O'Hare, turn 20 degrees left.
Alright, 20 degrees left, be heading up 332.
Roger, thanks.
And he's back.
You 1114 for sequence into O'Hare, turn 15 degrees left.
15 degrees left, Ulu 1114. That be heading up 020 for Ulu 1150.
Better.
He's beta carotene. Nice.
American 1294, Clark Wells.
Kirk Wells, American 1294.
And thanks for the help.
No problem.
Kansas City Center, Alaska 552 back with you.
That's 552, Roger.
Kansas City Center, Envoy 2885.
Good.
Yeah, looks like we can get up to about 0.77 on the Mach meter.
No, that's awesome. Thanks, sir.
Yeah. I'm just showing I'm actually kind of moving away from the system.
Oh, 4 Lima Kilo Kia to the U-back.
Because we have a crosswind now. We lost out on that glorious speed.
Good afternoon. Sonic 8200 Heavy, flight level 300. Sonic 8200, Kia City, Roger.
It should be showing me what my, let's see, if we wanted to intercept this thing now, I'd have to take 287. Let's take 090. Kansas Center, Alaska 552. Can we get a heading of 090 now?
Alaska 552, approved as requested.
A heading 090, Alaska 552. Yeah, we'll start getting back on track.
475 Charlie Papa, your radar contact to verify your altitude. Wichita altimeter 2978.
That's a little bit better. It's gonna start pulling us a little bit closer to that storm. Well, hopefully, yeah, with the crosswind.
Your wingmate, squawk, stay light.
It should just be one code to the lead, right? Alright, so I think I said at the top of the last hour that we would get a weather update for the situation at Dulles. So let's do just that.
The City Center, Captain 4 Romeo, Fort Lima Kilo with you.
Let's look at Dulles. Weather now. Winds are calming down, 030 at 6. 3 statute miles visibility. Oh, you know what? This.
I have a rerouted advise and ready to copy. Ready to copy 8200.
This is old, actually. This is showing me the same thing I looked at an hour ago. 8 p.m. low IFR. And overcast at 3.
Uniform Lima. Direct Axie. Alpha. X-ray. X-ray.
All these people trying to get into Fort Worth. My gosh.
Receiver 4. RNAV arrival into DFW. Maintain flight level 380.
What's this Kansas City? What does their boundary end? It actually ends. So Indianapolis then has its own radar coverage, and then past that, that's this big old box that we make just around the weather. Oh wow! Come on, put some effort. Bring a paper and a pen. I swear it's not that hard. You will enjoy it.
Okay, Connie, 8200 heavy is clear to Dallas Fort Worth via the Springfield VOI, then the Tulsa VOI, then Axie, and then the Dallas Fort Worth arrival.
Kansas City Center, making 425, request to step away for a few minutes.
425, approved to ask your question.
Thanks. Kansas City American 2412 with you about 10 south, Tulsa, level 350.
American 2412, Kansas City Center.
I swear, it's like people wanting to go to Texas. Like, it's like, I think, what airport did we fly into? When I was coming back from El Salvador,
American 7 quarter,
I think it was either, yeah, it was that airport that we stopped at, and
So 1114 at Cash and join the Shane 2 RNAV arrival.
I just remember like
maintain flight level 350.
so many sports polos, dad shorts. Oh, and then my dad walked up to somebody, and like I need to paint this picture right, of my dad was a proud Latin dude with very dark skin, walking up. Oh, and who has like resting bitch face, right? So everybody thinks he's just angry all the time. Just 'cause it's just his brow. It's just his eyebrows. That's all, right? And he walks up to this like security guard. Oh my gosh. And he says in his thickest Latin accent ever, "Howdy there." And I just shoot him this look like, don't you dare, okay? I think like that day there was like a shooting that happened like in the city or something like that. The cops are all on high alert, and this dude who looks like borderline Middle Eastern walks up to someone and says, "Howdy, partner."
American 7, maintain Mach 0.77 or less. Actually, maintain Mach 0.77 per second.
It's like, I don't even know how we made it through the airport that day. It's insane. They did have oh no, I think that was that was Miami that had the really cool tram system that literally ran like on the roofs of the airport itself.
475 Charlie Papa, advise on the FH weather and NOTAMs.
5 Charlie Papa.
Southwest 2136, contact forward center 132.45.
Let's look at our progress right now. We are well more than halfway across the country.
Contact forward center 132.45.
Things are gonna start they're gonna start getting pretty busy once we
American 1294, same Mach number.
enter the arrival
.79.
and then the approach phase for Dulles. So that's gonna be interesting. What's the last docks? I wonder, because I'm gonna request for the ILS.
American 7. You can actually maintain Mach 0.79 or less if you want to go back up to 0.79.
Okay, what if we? This is just a what if. An approach
Yeah, we'll make it 70.
into localizer DME 0.
Roger.
Thank you for the follow, Partisan. This whole time you were watching it and follow, man? Come on, dude. I jest.
Roger, Connie 8200, the sun maintain flight level 360.
What I'd like to get is CSN, but I could always just get.
360 for Connie 8200.
You are forgiven.
Roger, just be advised you're cutting in and out on the frequency.
Let's go back.
Kansas City American 2412, request 10
Tommy
minutes.
doesn't know what day it is. It has pushed our flight time back by about 30 minutes in that little detour.
2412 to cruise as requested.
Thank you, sir.
That detour is going to cost us 20 years. Alexi, I said I was jesting. It's just a jest, my friend. What? What was that? Oh, do I still have guard?
KC Center Envoy 2885, and likewise, like to step away for 3.
Only 2085 for requested, then when you're back.
Hey, Roger, 2085.
Let's see. Oh.
Yeah, 2230 traffic. 12
No shadows for you.
20 miles northeast bound. This is Boeing 737, level 350 on the factor.
What bearing is that? That's gonna be a bearing of about 9.5. I'm on bearing. I'm on heading 090. What the hell?
Okay, 2230 cash out. United 2230, Kansas City Center.
Center United 2230.
Okay, 2230, traffic 11 o'clock, 10 miles northeast bound, Boeing 737, level 350.
That's not us. I'm 370.
Has traffic.
Okay.
Oh, look at that! I'm starting to see traffic now on the on TCAS. There's no one. Yeah, there's no one really on any dangerous. Am I still on guard? Yes, that previous call was. I think that was someone on guard. I have guard right now, 1215 in this window over here. Yeah. I've heard stories. I'm sure most people have heard stories about people.
On frequency, hazardous weather information, Quebec to submit 4, 5, 6, and 7 Central, and 2 Eastern, and 3 Eastern. Further information available on flight service frequencies.
Whoa! Weather just changed. So now we're getting a wind, left quartering wind. It's interesting.
Air 125, thanks. Giant 84 contact, contact Chicago Center 120.12.
Chicago Center 120.12.
So.
Center
8200, let's set flight number 5. Conning 8200, approved as requested, then maneuver back. Back.
So, yeah.
You 1114, what do you direct?
I have no idea. I'm trying to get that direct caution.
You 1114, Roger. Fly heading
I'm streaming right now,
080
so
for now, and
the
when your
internet
direct
is
caution advised.
stream. Say hello to my mother.
080 and when direct caution advised.
I'm doing a transcontinental flight from LA to DC.
2885 back. Envoy 2885, thanks sir. Contact Chicago Center 120.12.
Hey, 120.12 over to Chicago for 2885, thanks.
So the plan is, once we're abeam
Evo 1114,
this cell
your Mach
right
number.
here, we're going to ask for vectors back onto the flight path. Is it still trying to get me over to Kilo Kilo?
0.62 1114. I have no idea what the flight is right.
Roger, are you going to speed back up, sir, or are you going to stay there?
I'm going to try to speed back up to 1114.
Roger, do you know what you're going to speed back up to?
How long has it been since we had like sushi or something like that?
7.
Roger, maintain Mach .77 for now, and we'll see where that gets us.
0.77 to 1114.
Okay.
No worries.
Okay.
American 7, contact Chicago Center 120.12.
What did you want to appreciate being on? Have a good night, American 7.
Yeah, you're just gonna be like a bento box. Yeah.
Casey Center, American 2412 back with you.
American 2412, Roger. American 519, Kansas City Center, are you up?
American 519, put up 330.
Thank you.
Zulu 1114, direct caution.
Zulu 1114, thank you.
Kansas City Center, 5 Charlie Papa, got weather at Hudson.
November 5 Charlie Papa, Roger. The airport's 12 o'clock, 13 miles, report the airport.
Yes, Alexi. I'm gonna share with everybody. It's a bento box. I won't be able to eat everything anyways, so. Now I'm gonna see if I can ask for direct, because technically the leg that we're on right now. Yeah. Thank you for your service, Mom.
Good evening, Kansas City Center, FedEx 3854, flight level 320.
FedEx 3854, Kansas City Center, Roger.
Oh, but that's St. Louis. St. Louis in front of me. I don't know if he could give me direct.
Kansas City Center, 5 Charlie Papa, we've got the airport site.
5 Charlie Papa, Roger, make us...
It's a little warm, actually. Kansas City Center, Alaska 552. Any chance we can get direct impel?
Alaska 552, clear to direct impel.
Clear direct impel, Alaska 552. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this, put it here, execute, and now LNAV, and the plane's gonna magically fly itself.
You 1114, are you on Mach 77 now?
Right where I need to be.
Still speeding up.
Perfect.
Roger, what are you at now?
Let's see. Let's see if we can make this. Oh no! What I can do on the iPad, change plan, direct impel. I think that pretty much erases all that I have done, but it will. Yeah. There we go.
Also, we're stalling out here, so descend to bottom of 34.
You're stalling. This is not something. Fly the airplane first.
Sorry, was that for American 1106?
American 1106, affirmative, same Mach number.
Mach 81, American 110.
American 1511.
So I think it'll be probably, let's see, how much flight time?
1511, we're
So we have an hour and 30 minutes. Here we go, folks.
1511, Roger, maintain Mach
Here we go,
0.21.
boys.
Forward space.
No problems, we'll drop it down to Mark decimal 81, American 1511.
Oh. Oh, Kiwi. We've got a Kiwi flying up here.
Cafe 4 Lima Kilo, contact Fort Center.
Cafe Airways.
135.35, good night.
Negative, Cafe 4 Lima Kilo, contact Fort Worth Center 135.45.
3545 for good night.
November 5 at Charlie Papa, enter the right base runway.
He tried to make that call so smooth, but he just tripped over himself in the process. He tried. He tried.
Number 5 Charlie Papa, 103010, gust 20. Runway 4 is going to be quite a bit of a taxi. Would you like runway 35 or just stick with runway 4?
Let's see. I wonder if right, Chicago. Look at Chicago. Look at Dallas Fort Worth.
1114, you can make that.
Oh, and we're gonna talk to Indianapolis. That's really cool. Oh, that's cool.
120.12.
We have
1114. Have a nice evening.
which aw, I like when people are nice on frequency. Ground. Look at all of these controllers, man. I need a VATSIM on the East Coast more often.
Did you catch any of that, sir?
5 Charlie Papa, you said make a right base for 4, is that right?
Air 5 Charlie Papa, the wind 030 at 10, gust 20. Would you like to stick with runway 4? It is going to be a longer taxi, sir. You'll have to roll all the way to the end. Would you like to stick to runway 35?
Give me that.
We're fine with 4, 5 Charlie Papa.
Roger.
City Center, good evening, Starfleet 1, flight level 30, just crossing Arlene.
Oh, I'll let you. I'm sure that would be the case. Oh, there's this video on YouTube. Matt something, Gieheimer or something like that. He's this rich kid who like flies his own like Beechcraft Bonanza, and he did this one flight where he flew from Alaska to Russia. But like the kid, A, doesn't speak a lick of Russian. B, didn't inform Russia that he was coming. You know, you can alert controllers and, you know, airports that, hey, you know, you can call them ahead and be like, hey, you know, I'm going to be arriving, you know, at this time I'm planning on flying on this day. Is there anything I need to do? All that. Kid did like the bare minimum, and of course they held him in prison over there. Cause the dude just shows up to an airport and they're like,
in and out when you're transmitting on the frequency.
Most ridiculous video I've ever seen.
5 Charlie Papa 103010, runway, correction, gust 20. Runway 4.
Yes, Alexi, it was poggers. It was all completely poggers. Poggers in the chat, boyos. Poggers in the chat.
8200, I'm sorry I stepped on you, sir. Say again.
I just telling you we're gonna write.
Roger, what was your original request?
What was your original request?
We want to time warp until Springfield 4.
That's not gonna work, buddy. It's not gonna work. He's not gonna allow you to time warp. Vladivostok. I can't remember. I think.
Like sim rate? or magically appear over the Springfield VOR?
He flew, I want to say, maybe I think from Nome
That's approved as requested.
out to here somewhere. I don't. It doesn't show up on my charts. All I get is just here. He might have flown here.
Like 4 guys going into.
I'll have to show you the video because it's
That'll be
just.
over Springfield momentarily.
He shows up and he's like, I didn't expect to get like interrogated like that. Like, you never heard about what happens in Russia, dude. I'll send you the link. Mm. I like this seat. The only downside is leather is warm, so I've like sweat through the back of this thing. Would not advise.
Southwest 2110, Kansas City Center, roger, approved as requested. Departure flight 2094, leaving airspace to the west, Denver Center, Southline, approved, exchange approved.
Now let's see, what is my...
2094, did you copy? Over here in Coliseum.
And how is TCAS looking? Oh, a bunch of people just disappeared. There's one to my 9, 10 o'clock. But he's far, I think. He's very far. Yeah, it's about 80 miles away from me. Yeah, you're right, Alexi, and they actually did shoot down an airliner before when it was the Soviet Union. So yeah, they've been known to do that. I heard they even interviewed the pilot who shot down that airliner, and he has like no remorse. He's got like no remorse for the situation. He's like, they ordered me to do something, and yeah, create error, flight 007. He shot down a 747, just like that. And the funny thing is he originally shot a burst from his cannon, like right past the nose of the airplane to try and get their attention. But the problem was he didn't have any tracer rounds loaded into his gun. So he shot it, nothing came out, or nothing appeared to come out. And then he was like, I guess I'm gonna shoot them down.
To join the Seaver 4 are now arrival into DFW. Maintain flight level 380.
A very poggers moment, I should say, in aviation history. Okay, so there's like a wicked crosswind, right? How come the airplane is not correcting to the left? It's so weird.
And then what's next waypoint, sir?
Flight 1, clear to DFW Airport, present position, direct.
That's a new controller.
Direct Tulsa, Tango, Uniform, Lima. Direct
That is totally a new controller.
X-ray, Echo, Echo.
Yeah. I don't know if that's the same person or not.
Into DFW. Maintain flight level 380.
We have a changeover point. So before we hit Impel, where we talk to Indianapolis.
And then Seaver 4, maintaining flight level 380, Starfleet 1.
Starfleet 1, read back correct.
It's about 50 miles from Impel, so...
Alaska 552, Kansas City Center.
Go for Alaska 552.
Did you pre-file your flight plan, or did you file your flight plan yourself, sir?
I filed the flight plan myself, Alaska 552.
Roger. Just for future reference, you don't have to put in the route portion of the flight plan, you don't have to put your airport arrival and departure code in there.
Okay, so just the routing itself, no SIDs or stars.
Yeah, you put the SID and the star in there. just not the arrival. You don't put your airport arrival and departure in the route portion of your flight plan.
Okay, I understand, Alaska 552. So what he's saying is, so what I said, I think in the flight plan is I put, well, someone actually finally looked at the, he's like, why did he put the airports in there? Because you say what the airports are when you know,
82 under my apologies, sir. Turn left heading 180, a short vector
when you put
sequence.
them in there. But that's just, I mean, I was literally reading it from what I had it in here. That's before I modified this.
Actually, turn 20
Because
degrees
this is
right,
technically
short
like a
vector
new
sequence. I'll be on course in
flight
about 2
plan.
minutes.
But yeah, just like that.
Right,
So
United 2230.
so next time I'll just put in the SID and then act like those airports at the tail end and at the header are there, even though I'm not going to put them in there. Okay. You learn something new every day. Request flight. You can't. This thing can't climb up to flight level 600. It just can't declare an emergency. I hear there's a rule. I think there's a rule in VATSIM that you're not allowed to declare emergencies. Or even like you're not allowed to practice emergencies. Wow, the visibility went like all the way down underneath us.
American 2412, same Mach number.
Indicated 82 for American 2412.
Perfect, confirm Mach .82.
Correct. American 2412.
Thanks. United 2230, clear Tulsa.
Yes, this is what we were talking about. Let's go back, because they said visibility was... Oh yeah, everybody was declaring emergencies, and then it's just pissing off the controllers. And nobody wants to do with that. So now we have updated weather 30 minutes ago from Dulles. Wind 040 at 5 knots, 7 miles visible, so the visibility has improved some. Overcast layer has now moved from 800 feet down to 700 feet. So we can still make that, but we're still about an hour and change away from Dulles. Altimeter 2982. Marked. We're still expecting at 8 p.m. local. Or 8 p.m. Oh, this is Pacific time. Oh, okay, so it's gonna become low IFR right as I get there. So things are good for now. Fuel at 400, overcast at 700, which is exactly what it's doing right now. Weather mist. Mist is going to continue and clouds are going to descend to 300 feet and visibility 3 statute miles by the time we get there. What is it saying right now then? Visibility 7 miles. Okay, let's see if MOS tells me anything different. And MOS is saying the same thing. It's going to be weather rain, broken at 300, visibility 4 statute miles.
Turtle 6, American Vanity.
Clearly, Alexi, you have experienced the Air Force Proud 95 flight sim, professional flight sim experience, right? I love his videos so much. Does somebody whisper on guard?
Alpha Echo, cross runway 31 at Charlie, hold short 17 at Alpha.
Let's see. Professional ground pound 59 experience. We have a Pyrep, 3,000 feet, sky clear, field in sight. We have Dylan. So Dylan is the start of the arrival portion of the flight, and then I don't know exactly what they're gonna give me for the procedures beyond that. I'm hoping they give me ILS 01 left. If they can give me a good ILS with a 200-foot minimums, we can get in. Because otherwise we will have to divert to, I think, DC. The Ronald Reagan International. Right? Is it Ronald Reagan International or Ronald Reagan Regional? Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. What a mouthful.
American 623, Kansas City. American 623, item.
So when they ask you to ident, which is this button right here, you flash on their screen, but you're also supposed to say on frequency, ident. To let them know that you acknowledged that they requested that you ident.
American 623, Kansas City Center, ident. American 623, ready to contact Cedar Miles Southwest Liberal ZR 13990.
Give me some more beta carotene.
American 1048, Kansas City Center, roger.
Kansas City Center, continue for direct
It sounds so slow. That's weird.
American 324, Kansas City Center, roger.
We are... Oh, I can just look at this. We're 100 miles away. And remember, pretty much at our speed, we cover about 100 miles in about 15. We'll call this 20 minutes to get to Impo. Or no, actually, at Zulu 0145, so at 6:45, we're gonna cross over Impel. And let's actually let's go back to the flight plan. ETA 9:44. There you go. Let's check on the passengers. Oh. Oh, I left the lights running. So we turn on the wing light. Turn off that. And that one too.
Kansas City Center, Lippert 4530, requesting IFR clearance to O'Hare.
Lippert 4530, clear to O'Hare Airport, KC5 departure, LaBoy transition, and then file. Climb via the SID, departure frequency is 125.72, squawk 17.
The lights on inside the cabin. How do I fix that? I think it's in... Checklist and procedures, or is it in... It's not in failures.
4530, read that correct. American 324, So to maintain 1111, correction, descent at pilot's discretion, maintain 1110,000, the Wichita altimeter 2979er.
Channel 11,000.
See how that looks. Yeah.
Just so you know, we have the RNAV Yankee Roman 14 arrival in for Wichita 73.
769, correction, 796, 475, Charlie Papa flight, my apologies. Cross runway 17 at Alpha, and into the ramp. You can remain this frequency. American 324, you said you had the RNAV Yankee which approach?
RNAV Yankee 1.
American 324, roger.
Hey, Kansas City Center, good evening, FedEx 142.
Charleston has just gone IFR.
45 miles away from the Unic.
FedEx 142, Kansas City Center, roger.
And then doesn't have any weather for Dylan. Now I really gotta start turning on some lights. Just a little bit of light. Main panel brightness. And usually, I don't think, yeah, there's not a light for this one. I think for the panels, there's a little light that turns on. Oh, it's right here. Yeah.
Kansas Center, good evening. SkyWest 723, flight level 370 in, down 4, so about 120 miles to the south.
Sky 723, Kansas City Center, roger.
Look at that airspeed. The airspeed's just bouncing around. I wonder if let's go in here. If we go into the cruise, give it a targeted speed of 0.76. I would like to make it go faster, but the problem is, I think control has probably now already gotten used to my aircraft's speed. So I could only go faster if I asked him, and that's just, I just don't feel like asking. I don't feel like asking people right now. It's too much. It's too much.
Southwest 2110, Kansas City Center. American 1106, traffic 1 o'clock, 5 miles northeastbound, Boeing 737, 1,000 feet above, you know, factor.
Oh, look at that. There's a bunch of traffic ahead of me. It's just a big... Look at that. It's a big line of traffic. This guy right here is about 100 feet above me.
Please pay attention. Cadet forward center now, 135.
This guy's at my same level. Everybody else is 2,000 feet below me. Now, I don't know which way they're going though, so that's forever the ultimate question.
1511, traffic 12 o'clock.
Whether or not I'm going to run into them or not.
10 miles northeastbound of Boeing 737, 1,000 feet below you, no factor.
Now we have a headwind, so now it's taking us more effort to get to the airport.
2230, traffic 12 o'clock, 7 miles northeastbound.
Expecting 748.
Additional traffic 12 o'clock, 15 miles northeastbound to Boeing 737. First traffic's 1,000 feet below you, second traffic's 1,000 feet above you.
American 1511, just saw him fly straight past. Thanks.
142 approved as requested. Advised on the frequency when you're back. Southwest 2110 Kansas City Center, are you up?
We'll advise when stepping back into the cockpit, FedEx 142, thank you, sir.
Alright, Alaska 552, contact Indy Center on 126.57.
And 126.57 for Alaska 552. Thank you so much.
Okay.
That's weird.
Spawn at Southwest 229.
Indy Center, KLM 622, flight level 350.
KLM 622, flight level 350, welcome aboard.
Indy Center, Alaska 552, flight level 370. It's weird, there's no reply. I'm on the right frequency, right?
Alaska 552, flight level 370, welcome aboard.
And Indy Center, Southern Air 7640, Boston 6701, holding short Sierra.
Southern Air 7640, runway 18 left, taxi via Sierra.
Southern Air Cargo. I'm waiting for the 737 for PMDG 737 for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. I think that's when I'm gonna fully switch over to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Is when they release that aircraft.
Level 350 with you.
American 4712, contact Indy Center 119.55.
1955, American 4712.
Last aircraft, say again.
206, flight level 3, United 206, flight level 350 with you.
That's weird, I didn't say anything.
Indy double 5191 with you, level 35, sir.
That was really quick, dude.
Indy Center, good evening. JetBlue 92 with you, flight level 100.
So he's got 3 calls now.
Delta 5191, flight level 350, welcome aboard. JetBlue 982, good evening. Climb and maintain, flight level 340.
Climb maintain 340, JetBlue 982, thanks, sir. Delta 5191, you mind if we step away for about 5 minutes?
Delta 5191, copy, report back, sir.
Okay.
30 miles in 5 minutes.
Delta 19, we'll ask for the same. It's better to do it now than later.
Delta 1909, copies, report back.
Thanks, man.
Delta 1138, contact Memphis Center 124.27, good night.
Inverted landing pog. What are you landing on?
United 286, flight level 350, welcome aboard.
The roof?
Thank you.
Get the heart rate up on all the passengers, I'm sure. Ah.
Indy Center, exit 239, flight level 430.
It's doing 4 hours and 20 minutes.
XJ239,
We've had woo-woo flights. We've had cat calls on guard. We've had to fly around weather. We've had all sorts of things happening on this flight from LAX to Dulles International, Los Angeles to DC, transcontinental flight. First ever transcontinental flight that I've streamed before. And you are all along for the ride. Who knows what we're going to see next? I can tell you one thing for sure, it is not going to be easy because everything on the coast is going low IFR. Low IFR at and predicted for Dulles International. Which means we will have our work cut out for us on the ILS runway 01 approach into Dulles. So all of our instrument skills are going to be put to the test for today.
10 minutes, report back. Go, thank
you. Before they win.
Delta 1138, copy. Contact Memphis Center 124.27.
1138? As in THX 1138? As in the squawk code that they gave me before, 1701? The Enterprise? NCC 1701? A little puffy.
Delta 4211, you should be with Memphis Center now 124.27. Make your request, sir.
2427, sorry for that, probably missed the call, 4211.
Not a problem, sir.
Damn.
Same to you, great job, 4211.
JetBlue 88, contact Memphis, or correction, contact Indy Center 119.55.
7 miles from Impel, here we go. And I think the last leg is, about 300 miles and change, I want to say.
Indy Center 119.55.
Partisan. All I can think about now are just these little bombs in the bomb bay just going. What are they saying when they do this? Why am I doing this? Ah. Damn you, Alexi. Damn you.
119.95. I'm sorry, what was it? I'm sorry? 119.55. 119.55. JetBlue 9.
Delta 1909 back.
Delta 1909, copy, thank you. Delta 2458, contact Indy Center 119.55, good night.
119.55 for Delta 2458, good night, good weekend.
If you haven't seen this in an airplane in real life, this is the coolest thing ever. It's like, I don't know how to describe it, like, the shadow that the Earth casts once the sun goes away, like, and it's round. And I think it's just the coolest thing ever when the sun sets.
Delta 991, flight 0350, welcome aboard.
I think there's gonna be one more.
1909, contact Memphis. Are you back with me?
Yeah, we're here.
Contact Memphis Center 124.27. Good night.
2427.
The last frequency change is gonna be in the Washington area, on the way to start the arrival procedure into Dulles. Has it computed actually a
Can I flight deck for about 5 minutes?
5 minutes, report back.
5 minutes, but that's it.
United 2769.
We'll see it, but it has put the top of the sun, I think. Yeah. Flying's cool, man. Flying's so damn cool. Let's look up. Let's go edit. Let's see the plates. So it's just showing me Beckley. Okay. So that's one of the. Turn on the pen. So we're coming in from over here. And interesting, we're supposed to be crossing here at 1,700 feet. Is there another? Where's there another altitude? 7,000 here. And I think Armel, that's Casanova, Martinsburg up to the top. Gibbs. What's the because we're taking this to docks. Where on here is the waypoint docks? Gosh damn it. This is considered Sunny J, but I don't know if... Oh. Docks is here, and I think... So it wants you at 7,000 feet by docks. So let's... Yeah, that's docks right there. All the other points kind of... I think... Oh, what all the other points are there... There are points where if you wanted to come in from the northern end flying south. Okay. On the 19s. But I think what we're going to be taking today, because the wind's coming from 05, so from about right here.
Delta 4220, flight level 350, welcome aboard. Delta 5191, contact Memphis Center 124.27, good night.
MEM, that's Memphis Center, okay.
Delta 991, copy, thank you.
Indiana, Ord.
Delay 647, copy, thank you.
Indiana Center, Atlanta Center, Chicago Center, and approach. Cleveland? Cleveland ground. Okay. BNA. That's Kansas City behind me. Some more Memphis Airport. No idea what those airports are.
Contact Memphis Center 124.27, good night.
And then Memphis. Oh, and Memphis has tower and ground and approach. Look at that. You'd be so lucky.
Delta 766, contact Indy Center 119.55, good night.
119.55, Delta 766.
Delta 2451, Indy Center now 119.55.
200 miles now, so that's about 45 minutes, we'll say, from Charleston.
119.55, Delta 24.
Since we lost the benefit of the tailwind. There are some towns below me. What is below me? Let's look up. Have a tab. Oh, it's Louisville. Ah, it's Louisville underneath me. That's the birthplace of Muhammad Ali.
Request frequency change. Blue Star 21, contact Washington Center 133.72. 133.72 for Blue Star 21.
Let's dim down these.
Stand on FedEx 18 Heavy with you, flight level 350.
Dim down these lights, get the nighttime experience.
7640 is 5.6 for 6,000.
We're starting to get close.
7640
that
radar contact.
What is this?
Climb maintain 13 13.
The hell?
Maintain 13 13,000.
That's the power of God behind me. I don't know what that light is.
50, welcome aboard. Indy Center, Delta 975 with you at 350.
St. Elmo's fire, probably. I'm not sure this sim would be replicating St. Elmo's fire.
Southern Air 7640, continue climb flight level tree 10.
Yeah, so look at those. I'm gonna switch to the FO's position. I'm gonna show you what we're gonna be dealing with. Those clouds are basically pretty much hugging, almost hugging the ground. So that stuff is only gonna get worse the closer into the East Coast we get. So that is the challenge for us. Not that it's a really big problem. This jet is capable of doing the job. It's just it will be tough.
Westbound 3602, contact Indy Center 119.55. Great. Have a great flight.
11955, Westbound 3602. Be info.
Delta 991, contact Memphis Center 124.27. Good night.
124.20, thanks for that.
Getting close to another hour mark. Let's see weather conditions now currently at Dulles International Airport. This is old, so this needs to update. So the TAVs haven't updated. They're all pretty confident that there's going to be an overcast layer, 100 feet within the minimums for the ILS approaches.
Southwest 229, contact Indy Center
3 miles visibility. Wind 0 is 60 at 6 knots. So it's going to be like a right crosswind, but not by much. That's not bad.
Sorry, Indy Center 1955, Southwest 229.
American 1860, Indy Center now 119.55.
119.55 for
Yeah, look at that. There's like
60. Have a good night. Bye.
a lot of traffic around me. So let's look at the weather. We'll be passing by a storm that's going to be slightly to my right. Let's check topping out at 30,000 feet. So 32,000 feet or about there. So we'll be flying over that. We're clear of that. The next bit, we have another, it's not quite a cell, but it's saying 2,600 feet, and I think the top of descent, yeah, it's placing the top of descent right on waypoint Dillon.
Delta 4220, back with you.
I really actually don't get how we're going to make the published procedure from there. Actually, let's go back to the published procedure. It says 1,700. Are there any comments? Charleston transition from over Charleston VORDME on VOR radial 095 to Dillon. Thence landing runways 1 center, 1 left, and 1 right in 30 over docks on LDN Vortac radial 206, LDN Vortac, then on LDN Vortac to Gibbs, AML to Sunny J, MRV Vortac, fly heading 190, expect radar vectors to final approach course. They might just give me
5151, contact Memphis Center 124.27. Have a great flight.
124.27 for United 5151. Have a great day. See ya.
the music. Okay. Say anything about the altitudes, but it's weird how.
FedEx 18 Indy Center, you still on frequency?
Am I gonna make it down? Oh, look at the center tank. Here, let me twist the view.
FedEx 18,
We have
radar contact lost time now 0157 Zulu.
so about 900 pounds left in the tank. Let's switch over. So we'll turn those fuel pumps off. Apparently, you are supposed to leave about 500 pounds of fuel in the center tank in the 737, and that's because I think part of the cooling, there's a cooling element that uses the fuel to cool down in the center tank, and if there's no fuel in there, then it doesn't get cooled, and you will get I don't know if it's even replicated in the Zibo 737.
KLM 622, contact Indy Center 119.55. Have a great flight.
119.55. Good day.
Well, winds are finally starting to help us out. I have a slight tailwind now. There are all kinds of erratic though. That's what's so weird.
Delta 4220, contact Memphis Center 124.27. Enjoy your flight.
And it's just scattered rain showers for now that are going to be bordering us all the way until we get there pretty much.
Indy Center, Delta 1347, flight level 340.
Delta 1347, flight level 340. Welcome aboard. I have a reroute for you. Advise ready to copy.
Go ahead, Delta 1347.
Delta 1347, you
Let's see,
proceed
what happens if we
direct
do
to Bonnet
this?
intersection.
Is it the iPads that are causing that
For the Watson 4
glow?
arrival.
Copy, proceed direct Bonnet intersection and Bonnet transition for Watson 4 arrival, Delta 1347.
Give me some more beta carotene. Oh, good shit. Oh, Detroit. That's what's north of me. Okay. Well, that's Ohio to my left. Pretty sure. I think it was the iPads. Green glow from the iPads. I just wonder, is there gonna be someone on the tower? So far, Indianapolis, Atlanta Center. DC Center's up.
Elite 647, contact Indy Center 119.55. Have a great flight.
For the Indy 1955, see ya.
So about 19 minutes now, we'll be crossing Charleston.
Indy Center, good evening, Delta 2343, flight level 330.
Delta 2343, flight level 340, welcome aboard. ExactJet 239, contact Indy Center 119.55.
It's only 96 miles from Charleston to Dillon.
239.
And yeah, the distances between the waypoints then start to decrease after that. Thank heavens! We are close.
Indy Center.
Let's actually look at, take a look again. Bring up the VFR sectional.
Delta 1374, flight level
And
360,
look
welcome aboard.
at how much distance we've crossed. We're probably well past 3/4 of the distance now.
And Delta 2343, I have a reroute for you, advisory copy.
Having flown.
Delta
We've only got this little bit of flying left to do over here.
Now for the Watson 4 arrival. You proceed direct bonnet.
I will go for the Watson 4 arrival, but direct bonnet for Delta 2343. Indiana Center, Delta 623 with you at 10,000.
Delta 623, Indy Center, good evening. Climb maintain, flight level 190.
Climb maintain, flight level 190, Delta 623.
And Delta 1374, I have a reroute for you as well, sir.
It's not us.
And Delta 1374, it's going to be the bonnet transition for the Watson 4 arrival.
Okay, we'll expect the Watson 4 arrival, Delta 1374.
And Delta 2343, climb maintain flight level 340.
I will climb maintain 340, Delta 2343.
Anytime now.
Good evening, this is the 2537 with you.
Okay, now the top of the descent's kind of approaching about 200
flight level 360, welcome aboard. Pop X-ray
200 miles away.
109,
We are close.
119 or 0.55. Good night.
Thanks, have a great night.
And Delta 2537, disregard.
And, good evening. Indy Center, Air Transport International 11 is flight level 100.
Very specific.
Alpha Tango India 11. Good evening, climb maintain flight level 320.
320, Air Transport International 11.
Yeah, I share the feeling, Alexi. This is more, I mean, because I've been grounded ever since I injured my shoulder, so, you know, any kind of radio practice that I can get, because from all the times that I've been, you know, grounded due to medical reasons, and you just sit and you don't practice radios at all, like, it just wears away for you if you don't practice it. It's like a muscle. If you don't use it, it just kind of withers away. So if I can get as much radio practice as I can, and right now I'm pretty good. I mean, I was flying a lot. I was flying a lot more often for my instrument rating, which is that's the point where I'm at right now in my training. But I was flying a lot more often, and then the new job happened, and then this happened, and yeah, it's just kind of brought everything down. I am supposed to be kind of putting my nose into some more books though, because I'm supposed to be taking the written soon, like when I feel ready, because I have to take that before I can even go to the practical exam, and I haven't found time to do either of them until now, pretty much.
Sir, continue on the arrival, cross
So that is where we're at. You know, Let's check what's happening in Discord. Oh. Debauchery, as I'm sure is always happening.
Blue Star 25, leaving airspace to the east. Washington Center is not online. No further radar services available. Your radar services are terminated. Frequency change to advisory is approved. Enjoy your flight up to
Washington.
JFK. We'll see you.
Washington isn't online?
Service this evening, sir. We'll switch over to 122.8 for Blue Star 25.
Feel betrayed.
Center, good evening. Citation 3650 Papa, 10,000.
Citation 3650 Papa. Good evening. Climb maintain flight level 350.
Climb maintain flight level 350 for citation 3650 Papa.
Air Transport 11, contact Indy Center 119 or 0.55.
Contact Indy Center on 155.
Delta 975, contact Indy Center 119 or 0.55.
$75 miles to Charleston. We've got weather flanking us on either side. A citation. Who's got a... I think... Oh, it might be that they're playing... because I know Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 has, I think, 2 citations. They've got, like, the older Citation Mustang, and they've got the newer Citation X. But I'm sure they're having a whale of a time, because apparently the autopilot in the Citation X doesn't even work. Like it won't hold altitude. Like it'll just porpoise like this, I think, like a lot of the other jets were doing. And apparently it's been taking Microsoft like forever to like even get around to fixing it, and that's pissed people off for like the longest time. So I mean, I can't blame them, but you know, that's the situation right now. So I like, once again, I'm waiting for PMDG to release their Boeing 737 for Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. And like once they do, I think that's when I'll be done with X-Plane. Cuz really and that's the problem. Like they just keep pushing out like content and just more content, you know, for the scenery. They're just really interested in just pumping out scenery for everybody, and everybody's like, no, we want fixes.
Delta 2343.
It's a shame because like
Delta 2343, go.
Delta
2343, reset
I think I tried out. No, I never got to try out the fly-by-wire Airbus A320, and that's I mean that's another plane I've always wanted to try. They have A320s that I've seen at work, and I'm like, I'd like to learn how to fly one of those, you know.
Looks like someone had robbed your squawk code somewhere else in the network.
Oh no. Does it save squawk codes across the entire VATSIM network? It's crazy. We have... It's like the display is trying to tell me something. Okay, so this little bit that we're flying through. Tops 30,000. We should be good if we remain at this altitude, I believe. Yeah, but from the last couple of updates that I've seen from Microsoft, it sounds like they are trying to get around to to the problems surrounding the autopilot just not being able to, I guess, keep up with the airplane in a sense. I say as this airplane is being rocked about its longitudinal axis. So Alexi, are you telling me you don't know what a C note is? Those are things. They exist in I know they exist in Central America on the Yucatan Peninsula. I don't know, maybe they have the same thing in Brazil. You never know. Yeah, so this is weird. This weather that's being shown to me here is the weather that's past 15 minutes ago in real life. It's just been moved up to us right here. We should be fine though. Alexi, what is everybody doing in voice chat?
Indiana Center, Delta 116, with you at 30, flight level 350.
Delta 1116, flight level 350, welcome aboard. Delta 1116, I have a reroute for you, advise ready to copy.
Go ahead.
Oh, you know what?
16, you can proceed directly
Yeah,
to Bonnet
I remember them
intersection.
saying that there
Bonnet
was an event
transition
happening
for
in
the
Final
Watson
Fantasy,
4
so
arrival.
I think that's what they're doing.
Alright, you said direct.
I'm not supposed to
What
be
was
able
the
to hear
direct,
that.
and then I got the Watson 4 arrival.
Delta 1116, you can proceed directly Bonnet intersection. At Bonnet transition for the Watson 4 arrival.
Direct Bonnet for the Watson 4 arrival, Delta 1116.
Citation 8 Sierra Papa, you can contact Memphis Center 124 or .27. Have a great flight, we'll see you.
124.27, 68 Sierra Pop, good night.
Yeah, this airplane's getting tossed around. I'm in the wrong place.
And citation 5 Sierra Papa, you also, sir, can contact Memphis Center now 124.27. Have a great flight.
2427 for citation 365 Sierra Papa. We'll see you. Thanks for help tonight.
Oh my gosh. Who's flying this airplane? Who decided to go over here?
Delta 1347, contact Indy Center 119 or .55. Have a great flight, we'll see you.
119 at 55, Delta 1347, good night.
Oh, somebody stepped over each other.
Last aircraft, your block, say again. Delta 1374, do you have traffic?
Okay, so let's set the... Okay, speed brake is armed. That way when we get out to the, what's it, the top of descent over here. I see. Very cool, very cool. I'm like a couple quests away from unlocking Ishgard in the main story quest. Yeah, I saw a couple of names in there. I don't think I immediately recognized. But yeah, I have to go through a different quest chain in Final Fantasy to then unlock Ishgard afterwards, and it's gonna be a whole complete whatever, but it is what it is. Food is here. Poggers in the chat. About 3 miles from Charleston. We will pass over it fairly quickly. And our tailwind is back. Look at that. Once we get in contact, or no, because okay, so Dulles has an ATIS now. But Washington Airport has a ground. Oh, no, wait, okay. There's an approach and there's a ground. That's fine by me. So, yeah, what they're gonna do is they're gonna give me approach. So if we didn't get Washington Center, which is not looking like that's gonna happen, what is gonna happen though is okay. So let's get 13485.
ILS or visual runway 1 center. Runway 1 right.
Center, Southwest 962,
runway 30. Runway 1 left.
Southwest 962, flight level 350, welcome aboard.
Being conducted to parallel runways. North is 2 airmen. Read Michael runway assignments until hold short obstruction. Operating mode C on no taxiway and runway. Ramp is non-movement area. Call for taxi on west or east side of ramp. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie.
Charlie.
Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie.
Then let's put 1219.
International Airport 8 is information, Charlie 00520 Zulu. West 040 at 5. Visibility 7. Ceiling 700 overcast. Temperature 19er. 2.18. Altimeter 29er A2. Arrivals expect ILS or visual runway 1 center. Runway 1 right. Departing runway 30. Runway 1 left. Simultaneous approaches are being conducted to parallel runways.
So we're gonna
1374 contact Indy Center 119.55.
So ILS 1 right is what to expect.
Wrong person, sorry.
Ramp on movement area. Call for taxi on west.
Delta 1374.
Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie.
That is information, Charlie. Let's turn it over the ground, and we'll expect approach for Dulles. I've done this before, where if I filed far enough in advance, it feels like controllers come online to get me there, and if that's the case, that's a wonderful thing. There's a polar soul at Jacksonville Airport. Pour one out for the boys in Florida. Honestly, if you're flying out of Jacksonville, like, what are you doing with your life? What misdeeds have you done in your life that you have been banished to the shadow realm that is Jacksonville?
Alaska 552, going to be leaving my airspace to the east. Washington Center is currently offline. No further radar services available. Your radar services are terminated. Frequency change to advisory is approved. Hope you have a great flight into Dulles tonight. Come back and see us again.
And over to advisory frequency for Alaska 552. Thank you so much for the help. He's a nice guy. What a nice guy. However, that does not avail us. As soon as we start the approach, we're going to try and see if we can get into contact with Dulles. Approach. Even though they don't have a tower, Dulles approach can act as a tower for me, and they're on. So 1261 is what I'm going to get. Drink to me, drink to my health. You know I can't do this anymore. What's my distance now? We'll call, let's call 30 miles from top of descent. That's what we'll do. And ADAS is saying expect ILS 1 right, because 1 center is closed by NOTAM. Oh, Ace being called, that's typical. We already know. We already know. Wow, this indicator's dancing. Cause there's another, is there another system ahead of me? Not really. There's just turbulence. There's just a little bit of... We'll check in once again, but we'll let them know we have Charlie. Charlie, wind 040 at 5. Wind 7 miles visibility. Ceiling 700. Altimeter 2982. We can set, I think we can set that right now, right? Yeah, and it doesn't, yeah, that is a really cool feature. 2, there we go. I'll say, big brains for Boeing. Yeah, that sounds that sounds like a typical night for Aislinn. Poor Aislinn. $38 miles. Yeah, I'm gonna cover that distance pretty darn quick. 30 miles is nothing when you're Mach 0.76, of course. Drink to me, drink to my health. You know I can't drink anymore. Drink to me, drink to my health. Go 30 miles. So the call will be Dulles approach. Alaska 552, 30 miles from top of descent with information Charlie. Dulles approach, radio check.
5 by 5.
Dulles approach, Alaska 552 is 30 miles from top of descent with information Charlie. Flight level 370.
Alaska 552 Potomac approach. You're way out of my airspace. I'll send you a contact me when you're closer.
And we'll look for the contact me PM, Alaska 552. So it's called Potomac. It's IAD, which is the ICAO code for Dulles, but it's called Potomac. Okay. Things you learn every single day. Okay, it'll start once we get to this point right here. What it's gonna do is it's gonna start bringing in. I think the indicator.
Destination ATIS is 134.85.
We've got it. It's gonna bring up. There's a indicator right here that I think shows you where you are above and below the flight path for VNAV. So that'll start to come in the closer we get to Dillon, this point right here. Coolios. Let's see, how much distance from here? So another 100 miles until we hit the airport. This will take a little bit longer because our speed won't be as great in this direction, but we do have a healthy serving of... Gosh, this tailwind has just been so helpful. There we go. There's the indicator that I was talking about. Engines will start to roll back. And once we hit about the middle, right there is when I'm going to deploy spoilers. That bank. So there we go. Spoilers are or should be deployed. Yeah, they're in deployed position. Descend, dude. Oh shit. Thought there was a indicator that was supposed to pop up. Let's bring up the procedure approach. So we went right, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna 512 feet. That's what we're gonna put on the altitude.
Sync rate. Sync rate.
Oh, shut up. patented slicer go around. I was actually surprised the last time I had to initiate that go around was because I think the computer shorted for a second and it cut out the audio from my mic. And so I tried to contact air traffic control, but they couldn't hear me. And so I was like, okay, what do I do? And I was like, I'll just go around and like just try to fix it right. And it was
Sync
actually the
rate.
first
Sync
time
rate.
that I had initiated a go around for the approach. But the cool thing about the go around is usually the go around is described in detail on this chart right here. Let's see, this one, here we go. Missed approach, climb to 800 feet, then climbing right turn to 3000 via heading 060, and then AML VOR DME radial 051 to blitz, international email 20 DME and hold. So, this is ILS localizer runway 1 right. We're going to be expecting this one unless otherwise told. The frequency for the localizer DME 1101. We're going to put that into both navs. And that's set. Approach course 011. Make sure that's set for both autopilots. Runway length 11,500 feet. Touchdown elevation and the airport elevation are both 312 feet. There are alternate takeoff minimums. There are differing alternate minimums for this particular airport. Simultaneous approach authorized with one center or one left. We just went over the missed approach. We'll get to that. So Potomac approach, we already have established contact with Potomac approach. They're going to call us back on 126.1. Dulles Tower is not active at the moment, but we will have ground on 121.9, which we have in COM2. Clearance 135.7. We won't be talking to them because we're ending the night tonight with these guys. The approach path, we haven't talked to them about exactly what this profile is going to be, but we're going to be either vectored in to the approach, or we're going to hit Casanova and then further on into the approach phase. For now, I think I want to get Casanova. Yeah. Potomac approach, Alaska 552. Do you know which approach we will be expecting?
Okay, let's just do this. Alaska 552, standby 1.
Alaska 552.
Alaska 552, squawk 5624.
5624 squawk, Alaska 552. Ah, shit. Could we get that squawk code again for Alaska 552?
5624.
Squawk 5624, Alaska 552.
Southwest 4052, Potomac approach, good evening. Look for IFR departure from Baltimore, Washington to Fort Myers as filed.
Correction, Southwest 4052, Potomac approach cleared to the Fort Myers Airport. Terp 7 departure, risen transition, then as filed. Climb via SID, expect flight level 36010 minutes after departure. Departure this frequency, squawk 5636.
Copy, going to be the Terp 7 departure, risen transition, climb via the SID, 36,000 after 10. Departure is going to be with you in squawk 5636, Southwest 4052.
Southwest 4052, read that correct. Call for taxi. Expect runway 15 right for departure, Baltimore, altimeter 29085.
Copy. Have the weather for Baltimore and 15 right for departure, 4052.
Here, let's just select one. ILS, just so we can get into the computer. So the plane knows what to do. We're going to pass through the transition altitude pretty quick, and
Southwest 552, radar contact 30 miles west of the Linden, VOR at level 205. Descend via the Gibbs 4 arrival. Expect the ILS runway 1 center approach, the Dulles altimeter 2984.
that's ILS for runway 01 center. Altimeter 2984, and what was the we're almost actually towards the end of the arrival. Did you want us to continue on to vectors, or how did you want us to proceed for Alaska 552?
Alaska 552, the arrival goes a long while more. I don't know why you'd be almost finished on the arrival. Make sure you have the Gibbs 4 arrival, runway 1 center transition.
Gibbs 4. And Gibbs 4 arrival and runway 01 center ILS for Alaska 552.
Alaska 552, when the arrival ends, let me know and I can give you vectors. Just let me know instead of just flying directly to the airport.
Transition altitude. Nearest altimeter 2986.
And Potomac approach Alaska 552. We came in on the docks 3 approach, and we're about within 10 miles of finishing that approach. Anyways, I'm not sure if you wanted to send me back out to Gibbs or how we wanted to do that.
Alaska 552, I'm sorry, I thought you were on the Gibbs, but either way, on the docks you should cross Gibbs at 6,000.
Let's look at the profile. Moby Waxon. Where's Gibbs? And then RVR 24.
Radio check, sorry, my client just crashed.
5x5.
Thank you. So what was happening? So Gibbs at 6,000, do you have that?
We currently do not have that approach loaded, but I guess we could go direct if that works. Alaska 552.
Okay, let's do this. Alaska 552, just turn. You turn right heading 100, descend and maintain 6,000.
Right turn heading 100 and descend to 6,000 for Alaska 552. Then level change. What are the flap deploy speeds? Can I get slower than this? Can I get like 235? Should be able to just point the nose up and it There we go. So let's see. The glide slope intercept is at Waxon, at or above 1900 feet. Mosby at or above 3000 feet. Minimums for today 512 feet MSL. We have 200 radio. Let's actually switch you to barometric. Or no, let's leave it at radio. I like that better.
Caution, TFR ahead.
I'm aware of it. That's the presidential TFR. Or that's the TFR that surrounds Washington, D.C. We're okay to pass through because we're 121 traffic. So that's 10,000 feet. Let's turn all the lights on. Slide ourselves up. I'll leave the wing lights off for now. And accordingly, the frame rate is dropping because we're near a metropolitan area. So that's to be expected. But he gave us center. He gave us runway. So localizer DME. So that means there's new frequencies. 1113. The approach course is the same. Missed approach. The missed approach is different. The ILS is going to be Charlie. There we go. We still have the same point that we're going to be going to. Thousand to go. Alright, I'm gonna take my arm out of the sling really quick. And Potomac approach, Alaska 552 at 6,000 feet.
That's 550, Roger.
You know what? The points are different for what's it called? Carry is the next point. So all it knows right now is Mosby, which isn't on the profile at all. Yeah, that's tough. I don't know. And let's just check and make sure DME from the simultaneous reception odds and required. Simultaneous approach authorized.
552 to center, maintain 4,000.
Descend, maintain 4,000, Alaska 552. Level change. Give it some spoiler. And let's also set up the, where is it? Initialization. For the approach. No, give me 139.
Thousand ago.
Okay, let's start giving it flaps.
Caution, TFR ahead.
Thank you, Betty. Once we hit the intercept, we're already getting localizer and glide slope.
Caution, inside TFR.
Thank you. Let's give it flaps 2. Yeah, this can work. He's vectoring me. He's vectoring me in there. In fact, let's see. Okay, I've got a turn. Let's see if he catches me. Let's see if he catches the turn. I gotta let him know.
552, turn left heading 040, intercept the runway 1 center, localizer.
Left 040 to intercept the, now what's that, runway 10 center localizer for Alaska 552?
Center.
Okay, here we go.
Alaska 552, 3 miles from Cary, maintain 4,000 until established on localizer, cleared ILS, runway 1 center approach.
And until 3 miles from Cary, maintain 4,000 until established on the localizer Alaska 552. Start reducing the speed. Did you see I had to correct him? Let's hit approach. Single channel, let's give it another channel. Doesn't tell me what the approach lights look like. It's supposed to, oh, Mauser lighting with the rabbit. And let's also lower the gear. Gonna go for maximum auto brake. .3,000 feet. Skins is the last one, and it's 6 miles. Skins, yeah, 3 miles, and Rachel beyond that. Rachel isn't even listed. Oh, Rachel is part of the localizer approach. That's why it's on the...
Southwest 4052, Potomac approach. Push and start's complete. We're ready to taxi. 15 right.
Southwest 4052, runway 15 right, taxi via Tango Hotel Papa.
15 right, Tango Hotel Papa, 4052.
Alaska 552, wind 020 at 8, runway 1 center, clear to land.
Runway 1 center, clear to land, Alaska 552. Let's reduce the speed further. We gotta get those flaps down, folks. Down, down, down. I remember turn the autopilot off, auto throttle off, which are 2 buttons and 2 different controllers. See how my hand takes it, or my shoulder takes it. It's starting to get rain.
Caution, TFR ahead.
Fly it all the way down. There we go. So I guess they have tried to put like an auto land feature.
Ground, Action 7137, 8 radio check.
5 by 5.
Roger, Action 7137.
2 mile final runway 01 center.
Missed approach. Gotta get all the way down. Down, 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 down. There we go, flaps full. Have the runway in sight. 500 feet HEO. A little bit of a crosswind.
400. 300. Approaching minimums. 200 minimums.
All right. A little bit of float. Woo!
Alaska 552, Auckland to Dallas, contact ground point 9, good night.
And ground on 121.9er for Alaska 552. Thank you so much. Good night. Now where are the hold short lines? I think, yeah, they're in the opposite direction. So we're gonna go over to channel 2. Where am I? I think that's Yankee 4. Dallas ground, Alaska 552, clear of runway 1 center at Yankee 4 for taxi back to the gates.
Alaska 552, Dallas ground, welcome. Make a right there on Yankee and proceed down to the gates.
Right on Yankee to the gates for Alaska 552.
Southwest 4052, wind 060 at 11, runway 15 right, clear for takeoff.
Probably have the winner.
turn the I think I'm going the right way. Ah, yes, Alexi, backseat flying over here. That was that was crazy though. I did manage to arrest the descent by just a little bit towards the end there. So, hey, I will call that a victory. I don't know if Alaska has gates here. Where is Wright? Oh, it's over yonder. And I'm not sure which gates are for the heavies and which ones are for the more regional jets. I think CCA. We might come in on Delta. I think those gates on the Deltas are... That's Alpha. Somewhere out there are two planes.
Mic check.
5x5.
5x5.
I see that. Bravo. Technically, you're not supposed to do this. Let's turn the, and then we'll leave the anti-collision lights on. That's not even gonna fuck with that.
Southwest 4052 climbing through 1,700 for 1,000 on the departure.
Southwest 4052, radar contact, climb via the Terp 7 departure.
Climb via Terp 7, 4052.
Here is Delta. We're gonna turn left on Delta. Man, I can't see shit. Here it is. Here's Delta. And we'll proceed along Delta into our gates.
Washington ground, China Sun 137, information Charlie is received, require clearance to Philadelphia.
Okay, we'll turn off the anti-collision lights. Oh, we forgot to turn the wheel lights on.
And last aircraft calling Dulles ground. Can you repeat, please? Dulles ground, China Sun 137, information Charlie is received, require clearance to Philadelphia.
That
Clear,
gate
China
is taken.
137. I do have a small amendment to your flight plan.
Okay, there's a gate open down there.
To add the Capital One departure onto that. Standby 1.
This is actually where it would be nice to have a marshaller. If you can have someone standing out there just like flagging you down to tell you where your gate is. That's literally what I did for my job.
Actually, China 7137, I have a complete amendment to your flight plan. I'm going to send that to you over text. Roger, action is on 137.
Okay. Are you a gate, mister? I'm gonna sideswipe these cars for a second. That's the pushback. Okay, the gate goes in like this. And usually what you do, we'll leave the taxi light on for now because I literally won't be able to see the line. set it
And China
there.
7137, advise if you're able to accept that route, please.
The road is able to accept
Set
FN737.
the parking brake. We'll turn the APU on. How much fuel did we have left? We had 12,000 pounds of fuel. That's about pretty much exactly the amount that I added at the beginning of this flight. So, I'm vindicated. Absolutely vindicated. Oh man. There's gonna be a lot of clips from this one though, I can already tell. We've got Uwu flight. We have the liberal VOR. We have the deviation.
Maintain 3000. Expect
Man,
11,110
this is gonna be a good
minutes
haul
after
for.
departure. Departure is currently
But yeah,
126.1,
thank you.
squawk 5664.
This was quite the journey. I mean, literally, we just flew across the entire continental United
Clear to
States.
Philadelphia via the file road. Initial climb
So
3,000 feet. Is clear to 11 flight level 110.
And
10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency now is 126
shut the engines
1.
down.
Squawk 5664.
Let's turn the floodlights on.
Push and start there at your discretion. Call me for taxi. Expect runway 30 for departure.
Pushback on my discretion. Call when taxi. Expected runway 30. Action assumption.
Oh, I gotta give my shoulder a rest though. I can't put it on the.
I'll be going to Unicom 122.8. Thanks for the service. Have a great weekend. 4052. See ya.
See ya.
So it's ground here trying to 679 IFR to Beijing.
To Beijing. Ooh, that's interesting.
Air Canada 679
And I've had enough of these guys.
Beijing Airport. Jerry's to departure. Jerry's.
We'll leave those on.
Maintain
That's
3000.
as they were. Let's turn
minutes after departure.
tax off.
Departure is 126.1. Squawk 5660.
Probe heat, yaw damper
679
off.
Beijing.
And
departure. Jerry transition 3000 initially 34010
let our passengers go.
after 126.1 and squawk 5660.
Air Canada 679, read that correct. Push and start at your discretion.
Fantastic.
Runway 30 for departure.
Well, if you've stuck with me throughout this entire flight, this approximately 5-hour flight, I'd like to thank you so much. This was something that I've been planning to do for quite a while. I was just looking for a spot to, to put in the time to be able to do this. I'm pretty proud of what I did today, and it's kind of an example of all the training that I've been going through is kind of culminated in, we got vectors, just out of the blue to be able to get onto this approach, and we were given an approach. I was able to navigate through the plate really quick, and actually I briefed the one plate, but I didn't fully brief the other plate because it had a different kind of misapproach on there. But that's something that I should remember for next time. It's just I got busy as soon as we got into the approach phase for this particular flight. But I mean, I feel like I handled this flight well, considering the weather, considering all the decisions that I made along the way to be able to navigate this flight safely to its destination. And I would certainly, at least for my sake, give myself a pat on the back. So, yeah, if you've stuck with me at any point throughout this flight, I'd like to thank you once again. If you like the content that I give out, of course, give me a follow, and I really appreciate it. So until then, this will be the end of the stream. Thank you so much, and you all have a wonderful night. Take care.